Hello, everyone. You hear me well? Yep. Yeah, I'm Alejandro Ronchal from Protocol Labs, and I'm going to be talking about how to get fast finality on longest chain protocols. So this is the outline of the presentation. First, a little bit of the status quo of how longest chain protocols work, particularly for the case of Filecoin, and our first take at providing faster finality with the EC finality calculator. Then we kind of reach the lower bound of architectures that only have a longest chain protocol. So then we look at architectural options to provide even faster finality. And we came up with an architecture that we call F3. And I'm going to be detailing the architecture and how we integrate it in Filecoin with the longest chain protocol. At the core of the architecture, there is a new consensus protocol that we call Gossip BFT. And yeah, I'm also going to present a little bit of that one, plus the finality exchange protocol in order to get succinct verifiable proofs. Finally, a bit of the implications that F3 brings to longest chain protocols and the roadmap for the case of Filecoin. So longest chain protocols. As probably everyone here knows, longest chain protocols assume probabilistic synchrony. So the confidence in a block not being reverted as a result of a fork grows over time, right? With more blocks appended to the chain. In Filecoin until 2023, this meant 900 epochs. Not every longest chain protocol prescribes a particular finalization time or confirmation time. In the case of Filecoin, it is prescribed because the power table of the system is part of the state of the system, and this power table is assumed to be final. Therefore, actually, there is a number that is embedded in the implementation, which is 7.5 hours. It is so much because Filecoin is not really a chain of blocks, it's a chain of tip sets, and tip sets are sets of blocks of the same epoch and the same parent tip set. Epochs, so in Filecoin time is discretized into 30-second slots that we call epochs. So what 7.5 hours means, for an example of a gaming platform, would be, for example, if you're launching this gaming platform and you have multiple games, you do not want your users to have to wait 7.5 hours every time they want to buy a game. So maybe what you can do is something like a subscription-based system where a token is issued and they only have to wait 7.5 hours at the first time that they join the system, and then you have kind of like a L2 for multiple games. And so in your L2, you can run your own consensus that doesn't have to be longest chain, and maybe it takes about 10 minutes. And suppose Alice and Bob want to play a game of chess, they can spawn maybe their own state channel and just play within seconds, right? So this is how it should be done, given the long finalization time in the main chain. Our first take on providing fast finality is what we call the EC finality calculator. EC stands for expected consensus, which is the main consensus at the longest chain. So they're basically the longest chain type of consensus at Filecoin. The principle is that not all tip sets are the same. So in Filecoin, every epoch in expectation selects 5 proposers. And so in expectation, a tip set per epoch will have 5 blocks. So if you see multiple epochs with, suppose, 2 blocks, you do not have the same level of confidence in that chain as the one that you can have if you see 3 consecutive epochs with 5 blocks, right, in the tip sets. So using this during the good case, or during the normal case, we can actually provide finality within 15 minutes, which kind of like reaches the lower bound of longest chain protocols. We actually have PR'd the Filecoin, the FRC in the Filecoin improvement proposal repo. And we also want to provide the functionality directly at the API of the clients, the Filecoin clients, but it's not even needed. Like if you want to build an application, you can, like all the information is available for you to do the analysis and the risk assessment of finalization. Thanks to the EC finality calculator, the gaming platform doesn't anymore need to spawn a layer 2. But still 10-15 minutes, you do not want every move of chess to take that amount of time. So you probably still, like Alice and Bob probably still want to spawn a state channel or something of the sort and play directly with one another, right, off chain. So that kind of showcases that it's not perfect, right? The EC finality calculator and the lower bound on longest chain protocols is better than ours. And in the case of the EC finality calculator, it's great that we don't even need to modify the protocol. It's just an information that is readily available. But it's still tens of minutes, and ideally we'll get something better, right? But even I mean, that's an idea, but even in the case of Ethereum, the finality gadget that they implemented takes about 6 minutes for finalization, which is not ideal. It's much better than ours, right? But it's not good enough. What we want is seconds, right? We want finalization within seconds, and we also want to be able to prove to observers that are not necessarily fetching all the data from Filecoin that a particular block or a particular transaction has been finalized. So we want succinct, verifiable finality certificates. And the immediate solution, the immediate outcome of this is that we need a new architecture. We cannot do this just with longest chain. So we look at multiple architectures that we could, of course, the immediate reaction was, let's look at the state of the art, let's see how others do it. Maybe we don't need to create a new architecture. And we set a set of goals. Of course, fast finality, but we don't want faster finality at the cost of robustness, right? You can already get that if you just lower the finalization time. You're just going to have less confidence in the result. We also, normally, if you fix robustness and fast finality, what suffers is the assumptions, right? You just have a stronger set of assumptions on the adversary that you tolerate. We also don't want that. We want, or put differently, we don't want the assumptions that we make in order to introduce this newer finality module onto the system. If there are assumptions, we don't want them to come from this module. They could come from different parts in the system. And also, we are looking at this in the scope of providing faster finality for a chain, for a longest chain protocol or system that has been running around for years, that is battle tested. So we want to change it as little as possible, also so that it doesn't spark too much angst in the community. So some options we looked at already went through longest chain or fork choice protocols. Not fast enough. We want faster finality. For fast finality, one that was very interesting was Avalanche's type of subsample voting, because it finalizes within seconds and it scales very well. The problem is it has a very strong synchrony assumption that we felt we didn't want to have. And it only tolerates 20% of an adversary controlling 20% of the power table. 20% is actually not that bad when you have really a lot of nodes. But if we're looking at we think we can do better than that if we're looking at a membership in the scope of thousands of nodes. Another immediate state-of-the-art project to look at, the finality gadget of Ethereum or other best effort finality gadgets. The advantage, of course, is the small refactoring, but there are some security concerns. In particular, I have not seen yet formal proof of the security of the Casper FFG. And also it assumes strong synchrony. It's not fast enough. We still want within seconds, and Casper FFG takes about 6 minutes to finalize anything. And of course, the holy grail of distributed systems that have been studied for decades, BFT protocols. We're not that fast, we're not that resilient, but it's changing a longest chain protocol into a BFT protocol is too much refactoring. It's definitely not the path of least resistance. So looking at the last two, there's an immediate idea. Why don't we combine them, right? Can we provide maybe a BFT protocol as a finality gadget, right? Just as an additional module that provides finality. And what we claim is that what we get fast finality, resilient optimal security. We don't need to assume synchrony, and we refactor. So we basically follow the path of least resistance because we barely touch the main code. We just add a new module. So a bit of how, this is what we call F3, which stands for fast finality in Filecoin, but it's completely modular and can be applied to any other longest chain protocol. So the way it works, this is how a longest chain, like a very abstract schematic of how longest chain protocol works. So some blocks come from the network, and there's some process that we're going to call the LC syncer that adds the blocks to the local view of the chain, and then there's some fork choice rule that selects the heaviest chain, right? In this case, this one here with the head block. So what we do is we add a new component that simply reads the head of the chain, and this component proposes as input to a new VFT consensus protocol this head to finalize. Then the VFT consensus protocol runs consensus, and eventually it outputs some block that is final, that it needs to be finalized. Once this output comes out, the F3 component marks the prefix up to that head, that new head block as final, which in this case would be B. So up to B will be final, and the block H, even though it was proposed by this node, it didn't get finalized in this iteration of the BFT consensus protocol. In terms of the integration, really the only changes that are necessary are the ones shown here. And these ones, in the case of Filecoin, for example, are already available. We didn't need, we wouldn't need to do any changes necessarily to the API in order to integrate this module. However, for pragmatism, we are doing, now at the implementation phase, we're doing some changes. But yeah, and essentially the only thing you need to do is to read the head and then to finalize some block in the finalized chain. which is what we call checkpointing in Filecoin. And then, of course, implement the new module, the new F3 module, completely independent, though. Some changes that we do, we actually create a new function to finalize rather than checkpointing, because checkpointing is more something for the user to do. So we actually change the fork choice rule to always select the heaviest suffix of the finalized chain. And instead of pulling from F3, we actually push the heads to F3, but those are minor differences. We don't do this in the case of Filecoin, but you could also change the block header format in order for the longest chain protocol itself to update the power table if you have a longest chain protocol that whose power table is part of the state of the system, as is the case of Filecoin. But we actually don't do this. We leave the power table untouched, and still it's taken 900 epochs in the past. In terms of the fork choice rule, so yeah, very small modification. The heaviest chain is not anymore the one with the most weight. It's the suffix with the most weight out of the heaviest finalized prefix. So suppose all the blocks here have the same weight. Normally, of course, the heaviest chain will be GA, B1, C, D1. But suppose that B0 was finalized. This means that the heaviest finalized prefix is GA, B0. And so the new fork choice rule selects the heaviest suffix out of this heaviest finalized prefix, which will be, there's two suffixes possible. One, the empty one, and the other one is D0. So that will be the heaviest chain once B0 is finalized. So now a little bit into why we design a new consensus protocol, which also, of course, needs to be justified. It's not necessarily the path of least resistance. Good news is we call it gossipy BFT. It's not a brand new consensus protocol. It inherits a bunch of ideas, and basically it's a generalization of Brasher's Byzantine Agreement protocol that was proposed like decades ago, and it has been battle tested for ages. And it also, of course, inherits ideas from PBFT. That's why, hence the name. Going back to the goals, we want the BFT consensus protocol to be fast, so low latency. We want it to be robust, and that translates to resistance to denial of service attacks, censorship attacks, eclipse attacks. We don't want strong assumptions, no synchrony, optimal resilience, and path of least resistance. It needs to be a simple protocol. There is a trade-off, because if you don't assume synchrony, then you have less resilience to an adversary. That's why we look at both, actually. We look at synchronous protocols and at partially synchronous protocols. There are very fast synchronous protocols, and also this like strong tolerance to an adversary. It's very interesting, but actually the fast synchronous protocols need to assume a single leader, which in the scope of open systems, if you want to tolerate denial of service attacks, would mean implementing single secret leader election, and those protocols are not that simple anymore, and even in terms of the latency, they wouldn't be that fast anymore. Plus, I haven't seen any single secret SSL protocol that tolerates an adaptive adversary yet, so it wouldn't really be that denial of service resistance. The best known leaderless variant that doesn't assume a single leader is Definities, but now it takes 9 times the synchronous bound, and the synchronous bound is important for safety, so it would be a pretty long bound, so it wouldn't be really low latency. That's why we ended up going for partially synchronous protocols. That, in particular, gossipy BFT is a leaderless protocol, and that means that we tolerate about a 33% adversary. But I'm going to show later that we actually tolerate a stronger adversary for some attacks that are of concern for Filecoin and surely for other systems. So gossipy BFT is a resilient optimal partially synchronous protocol. Resilient optimal meaning tolerating, as I said, an adversary controlling up to a third of the power table of the membership. It's a very simple protocol, so every node that runs the protocol executes exactly the same code. There's no leader. It's round-based, and every round has 3 steps, and there's 1 extra step at the end, so once termination happens. All the rounds have the same message format, a very similar message validation and logic. And it tolerates eclipse attacks, as I mentioned, denial of service resistance as well. And against, in the particular case of censorship attacks and long-range attacks, we tolerate an adversary controlling 66% of the power table. In terms of fast finality, low latency, the good news is gossipy BFT only needs, for a termination, it only needs to exchange a linear number of libp2p messages of a linear size in bits. This can be improved with some trade-offs. I'll get into that. You could do constant number of bits. And of course, if you use committees, at some point, if your power table becomes too big, this could be made scalable by changing just a constant number of libp2p messages. And in good cases, actually, you only really need 2 steps to finalize. both asynchronous, by the way. We do 4 at the moment because this is an optimization we're probably going to implement later. But you will see in a minute why you only need to. Actually, you will see it right now. So in the good case, we have other steps, but these are the key steps of any BFT protocol, right? So if you get lucky, suppose we have a membership, a power table with 4 participants, assume everybody has the same weight. One of them is Byzantine, and in this case, this Byzantine just doesn't communicate with anybody. The other 3, suppose they start this iteration of gossipy BFT with the same input, which is this purple block. So they get very lucky. Everybody, by the way, receives the messages pretty fast in this good case example. And so the next phase, the next step of the round, that's called commit. Also, everybody proposes the same block. And at that point, you can already decide. We add a new step at the very end that we call the decide step, just so that we can create a finality certificate. So the decide step is the one that, after termination, a node can aggregate these signatures from the decide messages and prove to people outside the system that this block has been final. And I will get into that in a minute. And without this step, we could still provide a finality certificate with a commit, but then we will only tolerate a long-range attack against a 33% adversary. So there are incentives, in the case of Falcon, to create this extra step to have a tolerance against a greater adversary. Now suppose we're not as lucky, right? We still have this Byzantine that doesn't communicate, and one of the nodes that is correct, unfortunately, proposes a different block, the yellow block. So what happens is in the commit phase, we cannot terminate by the rules of the protocol. So in this case, everybody suggests, hey, we cannot terminate, empty block. So what happens in this case is we go to a new round. In the new round, there's a new step that we call the converge step, which is the purpose of the converge step is to bring to converge to one of the 2 or multiple values that could be proposed, Because the question is, who should change? Should the people who propose purple change to yellow? Should the one that proposed yellow or orange actually change to purple? So what happens in the converge step, this is a synchronous step, is that everybody runs a VRF ticket result and shares in this converge phase their proposed value with their ticket. And so at the end of the synchronous timeout, every node selects the lowest ticket, the value associated to the lowest ticket they saw. So suppose in this case, the lowest ticket belongs to the node that proposed yellow. Everybody's going to switch to yellow. And then we can actually have termination the same way we had in the good case. This will be everything that's needed. As I said, even the decide phase is not necessary unless you want to tolerate a 66% adversary against a long-range attack. So an attack trying to fake certificates from all rounds. But we also want to tolerate censorship attacks against a very strong adversary. The reason being that a censorship attack is kind of incentivized in Filecoin because if you censor somebody for long enough, they eventually get penalized and out of the membership. So eventually you can take control of the system if you censor for long enough. So we felt like 33% wasn't good enough, and we wanted to tolerate a greater adversary. Here's a bit of the example of how this attack will work. It's very simplified, but suppose the longest chain will be the one that finishes with the head in the purple block. A rational adversary, like these 2 nodes at the bottom, can propose yellow and basically prevent a decision and keep going into new rounds up until they receive the lowest BRF ticket. And in that moment, they can force everybody to switch to their proposal, forcing a decision on a different fork that is not the heaviest one. And obviously, we don't want that, right? We want to make that as difficult as possible. So it turns out this is how the attack will work. The way we do that is in the first round only. So if you remember, the first round didn't have the converge step. It only had prepare commit, and if there is a decision, decide. So now we have a new step that is executed at the very beginning called quality. With quality step, you can actually enforce many things. It depends on the requirements of your system, but in the case of the tolerating a censorship attack against an adversary controlling 66% of the power table, what we do is we enforce that a quality value, as we call it, must have been proposed by at least more than 2/3 of the nodes, 2/3 of the weight in the quality step. So for example, in this execution, only purple will be decided. So yellow essentially cannot be decided anymore. Even if somebody holds the lowest ticket in a future round and proposes yellow, everybody will be able to see yellow did not pass the quality phase. So yellow is not a valid block anymore. It's not a valid proposal anymore. So of course you could say, what if two people propose yellow, two people propose purple, well, then the only decision is not to finalize anything right now. Let's just go to a new iteration, and hopefully by the new iteration, some people have changed to a different chain, and like in this case, this rationale now essentially switches to purple. So essentially a liveness attack is still possible, but that's essentially what we do, convert a censorship attack into a liveness attack. So it's not rationally motivated anymore, because censoring someone else becomes censoring yourself as well. Yep, so that's how it will work. In the good case, and this is the actual implementation thanks to the quality step. Yeah, so something I kind of went over about is the fact that how do we make sure that everybody sees the same messages? So how do we make sure that people have agreement on which blocks pass quality step, right? What if a participant proposes yellow to some people and purple to others, and they have different views of what is a quality value? So the way we do this is actually messages in Gossip ETHD needs to be justified. There are two flavors of this justification. One of them is literally attaching the strong quorum of messages from previous phases that justify this value. So in the case of, in this case, for example, a prepare, so a message sent by this node that contains purple as prepare will need to also attach a certificate of signatures of people that propose the same value in the quality step. So we aggregate them, of course, but yeah, that would be necessary, otherwise this value is not valid. This message is not valid. That's one flavor, that's what we call explicit justification. The other flavor is to essentially make it so that everybody receives all the messages eventually. That's what we call assuming reliable broadcast. There are some trade-offs. Reliable broadcast is really good because the size of the message doesn't increase with the size of participants, because you don't need to attach any signature. But you need to change the network layer. Because of that, we decided, in the case of the implementation we're doing at the moment for Filecoin, to just go with the implicit justification so that we don't need to touch other parts of the system. And we just attach explicitly the aggregated signature of just messages that justify the value of the particular message. As for the properties, I already went through them, I feel, but of course, the classical agreement, validity, and termination with some variations, but basically the same properties. And then we also have a property we call proof of finality that relates to the finality certificate and being able to prove to people outside the system that a particular block or a transaction or a prefix of the chain has been finalized. And I will get into the particular protocol that does that in a minute. Then we prove progress. Proving termination of an iteration of Gossip ETHD doesn't necessarily prove that there will be anything finalized, because you can terminate not finalizing anything, right? The agreement could be, we haven't reached agreement. The agreement could be, we try again next time. So we actually prove that during synchronous periods, with probability more than half, we will finalize something. And actually not just something, so the heaviest common at least the heaviest common prefix of the inputs of all the correct participants. So we finalize the best case scenario with probability more than half during synchronous periods. And incentive compatibility, in the sense, this relates also to the quality step. Nobody switches their proposal unless they see a strong quorum of support for that other proposal. So finality certificate, finalizing a prefix of the chain is good, but it's not ideal if we cannot prove that to other systems that are not necessarily nodes fetching all the data of the particular longest chain protocol. So for example, smart contracts or other chains for chain bridges, or L2s that you might be running in your system. So what an immediate side protocol of the F3 is the finality exchange protocol that actually proves in a succinct way that particular chain has been finalized. We also use it for new nodes that join the system to catch up. Yeah, so in a nutshell, the finality exchange protocol so we assume whoever's verifying these finality certificates knows the public keys of the signers. So he must have received something. He must have received that perhaps in the Genesis certificate or something of the sort, and the previous output. And with that, what we essentially sign in the decide phase is the power table deltas, so the changes that occurred in the power table as a result of the finalization of that new prefix, and also explicitly design the tip sets that have been finalized by this new iteration of Gossip BBFT. The power table deltas, we don't want to have a very big finality certificate. That wouldn't be succinct, which is one of the requirements for the certificate. So we actually truncate the modifications to the power table by 1 byte in a cumulative way. So if somebody makes small changes to their power, eventually when the changes to the power are big enough, they become effective for the purpose of F3. And as I mentioned, thanks to the decide phase, we tolerate for these certificates 66% adversary. And thanks to accountability, even if there is an adversary a crazy adversary that controls basically the entire system, even more than 66%, because these messages are signed, there's eventual detection and punishment if the outputs, if there's a disagreeing outputs. It's again finality certificates. Okay, so in terms of the implications for longest chain protocols that F3 brings, the immediate one, we provide very fast finality. So we're talking about tens of seconds, which is unheard of in the context of longest chain protocols. And it can be done for any longest chain protocol. Again, we do it in a very modular way. Of course, on top of that, we also provide SACSIN, verifiable finality certificates, that enables applications to build L2s, smart contracts also to verify finality, also for chain bridges with other chains, and even light clients too. They don't need to fetch the longest chain data. They can just fetch the finality certificates in order to verify the finality of a block or a transaction. Because of that, we think F3 is a game changer for Filecoin and in general for longest chain protocols. And going back to the gaming example that I showed at the beginning, where let's see. Okay, that's inefficient. Yeah, so before we had a very long finality in Filecoin, and so this gaming platform will require to create its own L2 and have users deposit some tokens once and wait these 7.5 hours. But once they do that, they can change and pay for games in their L2 within tens of minutes. And then they should still probably create a state channel to actually play the game with somebody else. Then, thanks to the finality calculator and faster finality within tens of minutes, the gaming platform doesn't need to create an L2 anymore. You could just have users pay for the games directly at the main chain because it's going to take tens of minutes, which is kind of acceptable. But still, to play Alice and Bob, we'll still need to create a state channel or something, play off-chain basically, because it's too costly in terms of time to play in the main chain. And now, thanks to the to F3 and fast finality within tens of seconds, it's still tens of seconds. Not every game will assume that amount, will accept that amount of latency. But maybe if you're playing chess with one move every 30 minutes, and every move gives you a plus 10 seconds, it's completely acceptable then in terms of latency. Maybe not in terms of how much it costs or whatnot, but it's completely acceptable for Alice and Bob to play directly in the main chain. And not only that, but every move is actually provable to other chains, or they could connect it to some other chains and have some conditional payments or something of the sort, or even light clients could fetch this data directly without having to sync to Filecoin. So in terms of roadmap, where we stand, the finality calculator has been PR'd, and as I mentioned at the beginning, we expect to provide this functionality directly as an API call in the reference Filecoin client, the reference implementations of the Filecoin clients. This function call will be in the form of some sort of a risk assessment, so you basically get a probability of a particular transaction getting reverted based on some standard assumptions that probably will provide also some options to tweak them depending on how much security you want. But yeah, it will be kind of like a fuzzy result. It wouldn't be it's final or not, because that's not what the finality calculator is about anyways. In the case of F3, however, we have already merged the entire design as a Filecoin improvement proposal. So the design is there's going to be minor changes, but it's kind of finalized. And we're at the moment working on the implementation. We have been working for a few months already, and actually it's kind of finished. The internal audit is undergoing at the end of this week, end of February. External audit going mid-March, and we're going to integrate it into the code base by MV23, which is going to be at the end of Q2 in a deactivated state, the code, and then it will be activating no later than a month from that moment. That is in the case of Lotus, and the other reference Filecoin client implementations are closely following and also doing their part on it. And again, we have done an effort on modularity. There has been some pragmatism that probably not just for Filecoin, but for other longer chain protocols would be interesting as well. But either way, it's a very modular protocol that can easily be plugged into any other longer chain type of protocol. So that's it. In the end, it took me half the amount of time it needed. I reckon I went a bit fast. But yeah, so thank you. And yeah, now faster finality in Filecoin and in longer chain protocols are reality, and you can use it as well to get finalized. So if anybody has some questions, now I guess I'm open for it. Or if not, I can get off the stage. Thank you.
I guess it's a bit crickets right now, but hello ETHDenver. I wanted to present the findings of a workshop we had at Vitalia City last month on the evolution of organizations. My name is Ramona. I am a lawyer. I am based in the Cayman Islands, and I'm also one of the co-founders of Ixion, a law as technology enabling human collaboration firm. Based on our preliminary discussions, we have a few new areas of research, and essentially, this is what I wanted to present today. I'll start by giving credit where credit is due. So this was co-created during the Vitalia pop-up city. They're still having fun over there. I just came to ETHDenver. But everybody's like pretty much already there. It's been prolonged for the month of March. This is one of the pop-up cities that has been currently getting funding via the new Gitcoin round, along with Edge City, which is happening in Denver right now. So, summary findings, I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that Vitalia presented in terms of putting together lawyers, engineers, biotech people, and then thinking about DAOs in terms of a classification of DAOs is needed and what would be a bioscientist's approach. So from personal research, I know that traditionally everybody is writing about DAOs, but there are just very few classifications that matter. The two axes that I've encountered in the literature are fully automated versus participatory DAOs. And then depending on the DAO mission, there could be additional classifications, protocol services, investment grants, etc. And then I started thinking from a biologist perspective, you know, animal aggregation has been going on for quite some time, right? And then scientists started to explore and learn more about it, again, for quite some time. So in terms of the patterns that we're seeing in nature, what if we started to look at the patterns and emergent properties of DAOs as systems? So what are DAOs really? They're open systems, first of all, right? So there's like these free-floating entities in the ether. People can come and go. They could join. They can. Some of the decisions are automated. Some of them are not really. And then, like we see patterns emerging when we start looking at the DAO. So like in protocol DAOs, we have more automation. But there are plenty of DAOs that are really participatory aggregation of humans. I've been in quite a few. As a lawyer from the traditional space, I started with LexDAO, the Legal Engineering Guild, and then moved to R&D DAO for research and development and, you know, teaching and training people. And finally, metagame is one of my favorites. So, but I looked into other DAOs as in terms of research. I poked in around. I got dragged on a few boards of directors for legal wrappers for DAOs, or got dragged into acting as a consultant for this type of projects. So I've seen quite a few patterns. Sorry. So first of all, the first pattern that we're seeing is the swarm pattern. And what I realized by talking to people in DAOs is that there is sometimes there is not enough of an exploration of the concept of a swarm. So the formation of swarms in biology is one of the manifestations of the so-called active matter, self-propelled individuals that form a whole. It can be a swarm or a flock, as we saw in the previous slide. It can be bacteria in motion, it can be cells in the body, it can be artificial systems. The mathematical model, which is used to model these swarm-like behaviors, has been established since 1995. And it shows that there is a phase transition from a disordered motion to a large-scale ordered motion. Essentially, chaos turns into harmony. Now, this applies to humans as well, in particular as DAOs and social experiments. So From what I can see and from my perspective, DAOs are more like corporate and social experiments in human aggregation. Two recent articles that could be useful to check out if you are liking the math, or I put the references down below. I'm happy to share the slides. Essentially, this is a interesting phenomenon because we are seeing emergence of new forms of human aggregation at much larger scale than previously encountered, and with different forms as well. So if we think about the swarm as a working DAO model, we realize that swarms work really well with a great number of DAO members who are relatively at the same level of skills and involvement. If groups are not homogeneous, then there is a risk of leveling down to the lowest denominator. This has been seen traditionally in many environments previous to DAOs. Scientific studies of swarm-like behavior in animals are quite numerous and informative. In a swarm of bees, for example, a few individuals collectively inform behavior by moving faster than their neighbors, who are simply playing follow the leader. Let's connect this with the social engineering and consumer behaviorism as well. In ant colonies, large complex behaviors are coordinated via very simple rules. In great numbers, this results in self-organized systems which are dynamic and establish emergent properties from the nonlinear combination of interactions. These are density-dependent interactions. The more packed together a crowd is, a herd or a flock or a swarm, the more interactions and the more different patterns emerge. So we have four key features of these open systems. These are coordination, cooperation, decision-making, and collaboration. And then the patterns that are formed in the animal world are both resilient and flexible, but scientists still don't understand why this happens. There is a lot of speculation in terms of the reasoning behind it. Could be protection of the weaker animals from predators, or there is another speculation that is really optimizing foraging, and it's actually an adaptation. But if we look at examples from nature, we see that depending on the type of animal, on the species of animal, their patterns are quite different. And this is an important thing to remember, because the summary finding number 2 that we had in our workshop was that decentralized organizations need supporting systems for their members, which can include onboarding, maintaining momentum, and adjusting for personal style of work and type of contribution. People are not the same. Our patterns are different. And it may be an unpopular opinion, but for swarms not to sacrifice people for the greater good, an understanding of individual patterns and necessary supporting systems are key. So let's think about the different forms of DAOs. If a person spends, I don't know, a small percentage of their time acting as a node validator, that's fine. The system wouldn't shape him or her. If a person becomes a full-time DAO contributor in several DAOs, which have a similar pattern, then he or she becomes a full-time member in a certain system, which shapes behavior, which shapes mindset. We are transformed with every interaction. This discussion that we're having right here, this interaction that we're having, changes things. Every interaction that we have on an established system changes us, right? The more frequent, the more numerous interactions, the more we are changed by that. So I wanted to suggest an alternative working DAO model as the pride. If DAOs can have different models because the patterns of the people, of the DAO contributors are different, then nature has many examples of teamwork and emerging properties resulting from aggregation, even if this is less statistically impressive. For example, lions hunt as a team. They pursue big game, they study their prey, and they decide on a strategy. They delegate roles and then maintain discipline. Clearly, there is a very different pattern here. There is also a much smaller size. So perhaps a taxonomy of DAOs would be useful, and this was the conclusion of our bioscientist participants, is like, we have to know what we're dealing with. Summary finding number 3. There is a need for both commitment, ensuring that stuff gets done, and just rewards, contributions, not promises. From personal experience, again, I'm a lawyer, I live in the Cayman Islands. Lots of DAOs rely on service providers. This is not a very decentralized approach, and it implies a potential strategic risk. It depletes the treasury, and the members don't learn. So I hope that my fellow service providers from the Cayman Islands won't get too upset about this, but my personal opinion is that community should actually do its own work. The DAO management gap in communities is something I've established, again, when I did my research. Community management is not the same as training and leveling up DAO members, equality of members. And even what is a quality member in a DAO? Do DAOs actually ask this question? Or some of them do, obviously, but I believe that Web3 requires a great deal of personal agency and integration. In a way, participating in these open systems forces evolution. People are forced to adapt to a new way of interacting. They are forced to take more initiative and become more resilient. Summary finding number 4. We already have the tools to give legal personality to a smart contract operating pool of assets and liabilities. But obviously, simply slapping together a legal wrapper is not the way. Again, I'm a lawyer. Legal wrapper is a little bit like that kitten there. It's the DAOs making use of legal wrappers need to understand how a legal wrapper actually works, right? And I would prefer to call it a legal container. Many DAOs are actually like sieves. I call it Web3 life cultures. There is a lot of talent. There is a lot of value. There is a lot of innovation, lots of ideas. However, the lack of containers in which value can accrue and grow is prejudicial to building up and growing, right? So legal containers are actually a useful thing to have. But then, again, please understand how they work. The DAOs need to adjust and tie their consensus mechanism into the corporate governance of the legal wrapper. This is critical because otherwise, what will happen in practice is that in a court of law, the judge would look, is like, okay, so you have a legal wrapper. You have an independent board of directors. You have no interactions whatsoever with them, despite, like, except one meeting a year. Members are still responsible for the things they do. When I did research in November, so I had the opportunity in November to publish a paper on the risks in DAOs, risk taxonomy for DAOs. And I think that one of the main differences between the traditional risk management space in the corporate world and the DAOs is that DAOs have an additional category of risk, which is risk for DAO participants. This normally doesn't happen in a traditional organization because you're either an agent, an employee, or you're a director and officer with liability insurance. So essentially, becoming a DAO participant without a contract in place with a legal wrapper is exactly the same as being a DAO participant in a DAO which has no legal wrapper. It really depends. You're responsible for your own actions as a multi-sig key holder, for example. So again, please understand how things work. This may be hard. This may be hard because some of the pushback that I'm getting, and this is what happened during the Pythagora workshop when we had this discussion, was that DAOs prefer to remain outside the legal system. It's like tunnels of reality. Legal system is one tunnel of reality, and then DAOs and blockchain is another tunnel of reality. However, if we play by statistics, the tunnel of reality that is the legal system is still much bigger and wider. So essentially, DAOs would eventually interact with traditional legal systems. So they can be prepared for it, they can evolve into it, or they can just remain on the fringes. Personally, the hero's journey is not complete if you remain on the fringes. You can find your treasure, but if you don't bring it back to the mainstream, it's sort of wasted potential. And you can get upset at me and have this discussion afterwards or ask me questions. It's like I'm perfectly happy to be, unpopular on this. Summary finding number 5. Common law works very well with decentralization. Bad law does not propagate, but regulations, the administrative state, need trimming and weeding. I think we are aligned here. We are on the same page. Common law is at heart decentralized. Its two core pillars in the United States, for example, are respect for judicial precedent and fundamental human rights. Again, traditionally, in the United States, law and precedent were used to constrain governmental power, not the other way around. And then a famous definition of James Wilson, which is part of the American founding, is law is the perfection of reason through experience, so that whatever is not reasonable cannot be the law. So yes, I am a lawyer. I live in the Cayman Islands. I am also qualified in the US and other jurisdictions. So I did study this thing, and I did study common law. Summary finding number 6. Effective organizations do not just emerge, they evolve. Design greatly improves speed of innovations. So learning from nature has been the way to the greatest human discoveries in history. Recently, scientists have found that evolution in nature is not random. Previously, we all thought that, it's just a bunch of random things happening, and then whoever has an evolutionary advantage will survive and propagate. But actually, it was found by research on the DNA that critical functions are protected from variation, ensuring more stability, whereas other areas are more open to experimentation, which ensures evolution. So what are the essential frameworks and critical structures that should be protected, and what should be open to experimentation? And my invitation here is actually think about DAOs as experiments in the evolution of organizations, in all organizations, right? So human aggregation models and the DAOs as experiments of human aggregation models can actually teach a lot of lessons and help traditional organizations evolve into more decentralized, more resilient, more democratic structures. Summary finding number 7. Seeding works best, a minimum viable framework and the curation filtering of the layers of membership. So I'm quoting Michael Zargam here, the founder of Block Science, who introduced the concept of minimal viable commons, based on the idea that communities create shared resources or commons, knowledge, infrastructure, financial resources that are collectively owned or managed for the benefit of their members. And then the minimum viable commons is the smallest possible set of shared resources necessary for a community to function and thrive. Now, it depends on what you mean by community, because we all know that communities can be various sizes and shapes. But at Vitalia, we actually had a chance of observing the benefit of curation and the filtering of participants around certain common themes, allowing an emergence of certain forms of collaboration among peer groups which share values and mission. So the key words here, they're not emphasized there in the slide, but it's peer groups, so relatively same level, and then shared values of mission. There is some alignment there. There is some overlap so that people can effectively work together. I feel that this is really missing in many DAO-type projects. It's starting to take shape, but it's a very, very slow process. Summary finding number 8. Applying principles of contract law to decentralized organizations can result in a graphic representation of the nexus of contracts. Could help understand better design structures. So this is essentially about vector modeling peer-to-peer interactions over time, which could allow us to observe an inventory of various shapes and forms of DAOs and have a greater understanding of how decentralization really works. We could consider adding artificial intelligence to the nexus of contracts and bring about an evolution of DAOs as true cybernetic organism. I believe that there is a bunch of research papers out of China that were talking about the integration of digital humans in DAOs, and there's also some initiatives calling for Borgs, etc. I would personally recommend that you check out the Theo Jansen's wind-powered new forms of life. He calls them strand beasts. It's essentially wind-powered structures. It's containers that hold shape. They are moved by the wind, but they are structured, built in such a way that they hold their form. So DAOs ideally could evolve in a form that would hold its shape. And then humans could be the wind, the spirit. Summary finding number 9. In multicellular organisms, cell structures do not have to be the same. So I will, we're getting towards the end of the summary findings and into more of the meat of the discussion regarding potential evolutions and potential structures for DAOs. The idea is that DAO members are not similar, and forcing them in the same swarm-like patterns is not beneficial, since the law of the lowest denominator applies. For DAOs to evolve and compete with organizations, they have to become true multicellular organisms with the more complex organizations. That means as legal containers, so think about legal structures as legal containers, right? Like membranes of a cell. And they can be stacked together in various, like in a variety of cell structures. Well, it's very difficult to do that when, you know, a legal structure in the Cayman Islands could cost you like a legal stack in the Cayman Islands with foundation company on top, some entities in the middle, a token issuer in the bottom, a token operating entity, et cetera, et cetera. It could rack up to 50 grand a year, not even talking about, you know, local directors or anything like that. So that's very difficult to do. However, legal innovation is also about, like, for regard, like LexDAO is, like, has been working on a project called Kali DAO with Ricardian LLCs, where you can have those cell-type structures spawn off very easily. But Vitalia is in like Prospera special economic zone, where we are sort of pioneering new forms of legal entities which are more cost effective, for example. So essentially in many jurisdictions, and this will happen all over the world, in certain countries, legal structures are really very, very not expensive, right? It takes a couple of hours to set up a legal entity, costs a few $100s. Stable, diverse cells, including a 360 degree skill set, are great for stability and decision-making, strategy and risk management, and holding the DAO mission. This is based on the premise that diversity provides a lot of value, and then you can group together in this sort of stable cell people who have different personalities, different skill sets, different angles, and that they would bring together a very full picture. This comes directly from the teachings that we do have as part of the board governance, right? The best rules for the governance of the listed companies, blah, blah, blah. Essentially, skill sets are complementary. Grouping together people with complementary skill sets allows you to form a very stable shape. And then you can plan for succession, right? You can have succession planning and skills management and ensure that structure is accruing. However, that in itself is not enough. Those cells are like the board of directors, they're heavy, they're sort of very stable, but they're also very slow. And they need to reach consensus, and reaching consensus when you have different perspectives and points of view is very hard. So you could also alternate those with breakthrough agile cells that include DAO members as a small working group evolving together at much greater speed. You group them together by skill set or by personality, or as like, potentially building in a dissolution date linked to mission and budget. And then you have those hunter-seeker vehicles that are really, really very effective at like going there and acting on the world, seeking new opportunities or building things. And then you can deprecate them. It's like in a very much similar way, again, learning from nature, like the human body renews itself periodically. Blood cells, I think it's 40 days. So like other types of cells is like a longer period of time. But essentially, change in itself, it's not threatening the survival of the bigger organism. So this brings us to the working DAO model that I personally like, which is the mothership. So this could be an example of a complex aggregation with legal containers where you have your traditional legal wrapper, Cayman Foundation company on top, or there are other jurisdictions that are having foundation companies. I'm not trying to sell Cayman. It is the best jurisdiction, in my personal opinion, but I'm also based there, and I understand that it's not for everyone. But essentially having that type of orphan entity on top as a mothership, it serves to house shared resources for a community of sub-DAOs, or even a hunter-seeker fleet of LLC DAO participants that are evolving at different speeds and for different activities. Essentially, you could have even variable participation in that, DAO participant legal fleet. And this is different from pure swarm type models, which treat everybody the same, but it's possible to have some of the same benefits, right? While allowing for more variety in terms of DAO participants, activities, and patterns. So the mothership structure would also allow for a mechanism to compensate for the current management and strategy gap in DAOs. Why do I say that DAOs have a management and strategy gap? So I know that a lot of DAOs are big believers in the regulating power of the markets and a pricing mechanism, and that is true for the current needs. However, management and strategy is not just about meeting current needs. And especially in strategy, there are different layers of strategy. Imagine like one of the more popular concepts in strategy is blue ocean strategy, right? It's like you're moving away from the red ocean filled with sharks, what everybody's competing, prices get down. You're moving into new territory. You're building your own product, your own line of product. You're meeting needs that the consumers or clients didn't know they have. That cannot be achieved by market coordination. It's impossible, right? It's not how markets work. Therefore, you need to have this sort of research and development unit or strategy unit as part of the DAO to be able to move into those territory. And those people would not provide value on the very short-term basis. I think this is the biggest danger of DAOs, is like I see a lot of similarities between DAOs and listed companies, both in terms of types of risk, like voter apathy, like burnout, decision-making burnout, and so on, but also in terms of being skewed to focus on the short-term or mid-term versus the long-term game, right? The very long-term game. It's not true for every DAO, right? It depends on the quality of the DAO vision and the leadership, but there's always a risk that DAOs have to manage between the risk of centralization, so leadership is a little bit too active, a little bit too focused, and decentralization where you sort of like dissipate, or lose form, lose shape. So there is also this dance. There is always this dance that DAOs have to manage between centralization and decentralization. And then not everything. I know that again, this may be a very unpopular opinion, but not everything can be decentralized in the same way. Think about a hospital. I wouldn't want to go to a hospital that works in a decentralized fashion, at least not in the current state of things. So being more reasonable and being a bit more pragmatic, like visionary realism should be a thing in terms of how we build the structures, would allow DAOs to manage their resources a little bit better, I think, and also become a little bit more competitive, because the key to DAOs actually gaining the upper hand and then becoming more competitive towards traditional organizations is in reducing transaction costs. So, and then we move to the final summary finding that we have is that we need to find a good way to track emergence. So I am what, according to one definition of Balaji in the network state, could be called a normie, as sort of like I'm part of the existing systems. It's like I'm a very good fit. Like, you know, in the existing systems, I'm a lawyer, I'm sitting on boards, I sort of very much in it from a traditional perspective, and yet I'm here. This is because I see opportunity in this movement, in these DAOs that are social and corporate experiments. I sense the emergence of a new form of aggregation at the human level, and the emergence of group consciousness. And then also some of the innovations that DAOs do have, and some of the DAO tools that the DAOs do build with automation and blockchain could be very, very beneficial to our other larger communities, like cooperatives, for example. They have like about 12% of GDP. Platform cooperatives are the most similar to DAOs I have ever seen, and those entities could greatly benefit from the DAO tooling. They also could teach DAOs a lot of things in terms of human issues and human coordination. But to get to the point, for DAOs to become an attractive alternative to traditional organizations, transaction costs need to be dramatically reduced. The investment of time needed for a potential DAO participant like me to maintain involvement is effectively a moat preventing most people from working with DAOs, because there is such a thing as an opportunity cost. If my time is better spent doing other things, I would not go and get involved in a DAO, even though my contribution could be very beneficial to that project, right? So this is the well-known problem of user experience in Web3, but tracking emergence in DAOs is part of this. I've had this conversation. There are a lot of tools out there that they're built for community management, enabling the people managing the community to see where the discussion happens, who are the hot topics, who are the more active participants. However, that also has a great potential of being misused for social engineering purposes. So I argue that it should be open to the participants on the other side, to DAO participants, for them to be able to track what's happening in the DAO, where their input would be appreciated, needed, useful, and then allowing them to keep track without spending all their time in coordination calls or trying to catch up on the Discord server. So again, artificial intelligence could help with this. Moment to moment, the DAO landscape evolves at great speed compared to traditional organizations. And then, like even traditional organizations, if you think about schools of project management and all those evolutions in terms of like the Agile and the Scrum and this and that, it happened because of the need to improve coordination and management between humans, right? So for swarms to work, coordination needs to happen in real time. And arguably, this does happen in automated DAOs where it's about protocol and the rules. It does not happen in participatory DAOs, which are the greater number, I would argue, but it is to be seen. Without the taxonomy of DAOs, without the pure classifications, we don't really know. So I would like to open the floor to some questions or comments if people want to, at this point, if people want to interact or ask any questions. Like it could be ask me anything. I can talk about foundation companies DAOs. Otherwise, I will just move on to explain a little bit of what could be done. Yes, there is a mic, I believe.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for patience. I have a question about this particular slide. So what do you think AI could be used? Could you please elaborate more on that? To facilitate.
So AI could be used for?
In this particular context, to facilitate, let's say, more adoption or just collaboration between human participants.
And AI. Okay. Yeah, so what initially drew my attention to this when I did the initial research on risk management in DAOs and what was the state of things. So risk management in DAOs is a very siloed approach. It reminded me to the practices of risk management that had evolved in a very early stage when it was still a sort of a only financial risk or only security risk or only this type of risk. Now, enterprise risk management is a holistic approach to risk management in an organization, founded on the understanding that risk is uncertainty, not just loss, but also opportunity, and therefore risk needs to inform strategy. So looking through the papers, the research papers in terms of risk management in DAO structures and what was out there, I found a couple of papers of Chinese scientists that were talking about the potential of using digital humans in DAOs. And that is a very interesting proposition. First of all, it raises the question of digital humans and what type of rights should they have, right? It's like if it's AI, if it's bots, it's like what recognition, what legal recognition would they have? Because right now they would be considered assets, right? And I would doubt that there would be any country out there who would be willing to give legal rights and protection to AI. It just would not happen. At least not at this stage. So how could DAOs actually employ artificial intelligence in a very intelligent way? I've seen it happen in terms of smaller DAO bots used to summarize, so track emergence in a way, summarize chats in a Telegram group across multiple channels. Or there is a project like Artem is not here, but I may mention Harmonica as part of R&D DAO Ventures in terms of tracking what actually happens in DAOs and in terms of communities, right? So there are lots of projects out there which can track interactions between people. That is known. And the output can be more or less visible to the public or to DAO participants, but essentially that would be a service. Now, if we want to go beyond that and consider, never mind. If we want to go beyond that and consider how artificial intelligence's digital humans could become part of DAOs, it all depends on the programming, right? It all depends on what they are trained to do and what they are able to do. I would not trust large language models to do much because it's not very precise, but there are other AI models out there that are being developed. So I would not exclude the future where, and then actually one of my co-founders should be here to talk about this because he's the one into permissionless AI. But essentially you could consider that AI could maintain, right? Like thinking about those structures that maintain their shape, and then where humans are simply providing the wind or the spirit, inspiriting those entities, AI could be provided, could be used to provide that glue that keeps the shape and provide certain running maintenance services along certain parameters, right? So that would be possible use of AI in DAOs. And I do think it would not be threatening if done in such a way. And then again, if you think about legal structures as really being legal containers that protect certain things, right? There are legal containers that are holding assets and liabilities. AI could be part of the assets protected in such a legal container, and therefore, if it ties into an ownerless foundation type structure that is linked to a DAO, it could be argued that AI does not belong to anyone. It's not, owned by anyone, as opposed to what is happening with other projects where there are commercial interests, there are other considerations. But again, this is like very early stages. But thank you for the question. Yes? Spencer, thank you.
Hi, yeah, I'm great presentation. I'm really curious about the mothership model that you mentioned, and I know we've talked a little bit about it at LexDAO, but I'm curious if you've come across any arrangements like this in the wild where you can have a almost like a membership body, but they all have individual legal wrappers? Would something like that function in certain cases?
Yeah, so the mothership idea came because we were brainstorming in terms of what would be some good ways to help grassroots projects that are really good projects that deserve to exist. With their legal needs and their legal structures, taking advantage of potentially not everybody can afford a full stack with a foundation company on top and then several subsidiaries and then local directors and then law firms and so on. So we were thinking, what about doing the Y Combinator of DAOs, right? Like essentially providing some really, really good training materials, good practices, generating that inside of a Cayman Islands foundation company to be used as a mothership for certain types of projects. Some projects deserve their own legal structure simply because they are much riskier than others. I would not put decentralized finance projects in such a sort of an incubator mothership with the simple, creative, grassroots projects, right? But if grouping together projects by area has taught us anything, is that they could rather benefit from economies of scale. So we saw this at Vitalia. I was there just for a week, but then again, like many of the others were there for 2 months already and then going on the 3rd month now. You can see that people are working along the same lines. They're working on projects that are similar, that could benefit from synergies, that could learn from each other. As a lawyer, I sort of started as a traditional lawyer, and then I got out and started my own company to fully focus on digital assets and how they could transform the world. And then I got like, oh, this is interesting. From project consulting, I could build this. This one is interesting. I would be interested to build this one. And then turned into sort of a venture studio of things. And now thinking of law as legal technology enabling, like law as technology enabling human collaboration, like this is something I can get behind. And again, some projects deserve to be helped, whereas other projects have the funds to provide the resources so that some open goods can be created. LexDAO, for example, has law as a public good. Law should be a public good. People should not have to pay a fortune just to learn what their legal obligations are and what they are allowed to do. So again, the mothership is like having this incubator. It could reduce costs. Having some eligibility criteria would enable synergies to be created between projects and collaborations. And again, the idea is not to get them to compete with each other, but to get them to support each other. And then in the bear market, this is what we saw a lot, is that projects who had more funding supported those who had the developers, and sort of everyone survived. Do we have any more questions at this point? I could pitch the DAO incubator anytime, but I appreciate the interactions. The Pythagora workshop was actually a co-creation, so this is why I'm so keen on interaction.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the keynote. That's awesome. I'm actually looking into this part as well, and I've been part of LidoDAO and some others, so I know this pain and struggle. What I'm curious about is whether you see and believe that it's possible, or maybe observed some examples of having an extraterritorial form of existence of a digital company. So with no wrapper, with no container, nothing, just a pure digital entity, which is still legitimate.
Right. So this turns out, so this is a question about whether a DAO without a legal wrapper or legal entity attached to it can just be a digital entity fully on chain and still survive. And this turns us back to that moment where I talk about the tunnels of vision, the tunnels of reality. Right now, we are in a tunnel of reality which is based on the legal fiction that actually gives certain people certain rights and obligations, and then it has agreed that certain incorporated artificial entities deserve to have rights and obligations, and that authority comes from the state, from them being approved by the state. So initially it happened with the monarchy, and then the king chartering them, and then or the state, and now it's the state. So it's linked to a political authority, to a sovereign territory that could actually grant that. So in this vision of the world, based on fragmented reality, entity where country by country, they have different rules and they have different rights and chartering different entities. That is like not easy to do. The participants would take the risk. I mean, it can be done, honestly, if the purpose of the DAO is more like a club, they're not doing anything which is particularly risky or should be regulated if done as a business. It's like, really, they could. However, they are running risks because in most countries, they will be established as a sort of a partnership, right? So they will become indefinitely liable for what the others are doing, which is not something we want. So to move forward without this, we could see two potential paths, right? We could see a path where countries agree that each DAO participant is responsible for their own doing. We could see a path where each DAO participant creates its own LLC, their own LLC, and they operate via that, and it's like, that's that. However, the benefit of DAOs ultimately is that they are allowing people to aggregate across national borders, right? They are allowing people to work peer-to-peer across national borders in a transnational way. So this is the most direct path, I believe, towards having a global, a planetary society, a planetary civilization. And as the DAOs, I see DAOs as pioneers of this sorts of experiments of new ways of work so that to allow people to cross these country boundaries. Any activities, any human activities is risky, right? But again, we turn back to risk is uncertainty. Risk is not loss. Risk is uncertainty. It can be loss, but it can also be gain, right? So to the extent that the activity of the DAO in question would not raise particular issues which would be very threatening to an existing country or established system, it could be done, I believe. I wouldn't, as a lawyer, I wouldn't necessarily advise it because of the risk associated for the DAO participants, but it really depends. If it's just a club, it's like you don't need to incorporate. It's like you're not doing anything which could expose you to real liability risk individually, right? So this is why it's so difficult for regulators to grasp DAOs, and it's so difficult for regulators to actually determine a regime that would be applicable to all DAOs. It's just not possible, right? These entities need to be classified according to their own patterns and traits because we're talking about an entire ecosystem of very different species coexisting under the name of DAOs. One other thing I would say is that personally with Ixion, one of my reasoning behind joining this new law firm about building law as legal technology is that we want to build, I see regulations as waves of the ocean, right? As they're coming and going, and there's no way for me to control what politicians are doing, where politics are, and it makes a lot of wasted efforts to try to build based on that. And it annoys me a lot when I see law firms publishing, this regulator did that and that regulator did that. It's like, okay, but that is part of the administrative state. Really, we should be building for the world we want to have, not building based on what the regulations currently are, but build based on where we want the regulations. So good enough, look at the FATF, look at the international standards that are being developed across industries, across countries, build a good enough model based on that so it holds in most jurisdictions, and then just go with that, right? Because if we have a good enough model that's being built to work in several countries, the marginal risk that there would be an enforcement action based on the difference, the smaller difference that we could not cover on the global level, it's relatively low. So that's a manageable risk, right? It's like, it's a much better risk. So of course, it doesn't mean that build without any rules, but build with the rules of the world that we want to have, where like people are not scammed or rugged or whatever, right? Yeah. Any other questions? We still have some time. Yes.
First of all, a little too close. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I love the biological aspect to it. And I had a question on that kind of follows nicely from the last one. We speak of evolution and the concept of phylogenetic trees, and there's a point where you separate and two communities are no longer able to interbreed between them. Sometimes it feels like we're at an inflection point. Do you see that with the state of DAOs and legacy corporations, that in the future you choose one or the other, or do you think that it will be retroactive and possible that way?
Corporations are a fiction. So thank you for the question. The question was about the phylogenetic trees and whether DAOs are just a different strand versus corporation, and it's about having a choice, one versus the other. No, because corporations are artificial creations. It's like Bitcoin proved that money is whatever we make of it, right? So the same way we can choose the rules of the game for corporations, we can also have a lot of flexibility in terms of creating new corporations. So lawyers would know this, but the LLC, which is a very popular traditional corporate structure, was very recently created in the United States, and it was mostly due to the efforts of the American Bar Associations, and there were like other efforts, because people were finding the corporation, the traditional corporation, to be too heavy, and they wanted a smaller, leaner vehicle that they could use that would ensure that they had limited liability always, but a little bit more flexibility in terms of how they operated. So this got created, and then once a state created it, the others picked up on it because, of course, they were like fear of missing out in terms of like people going over there and incorporating into that. So and we're experimenting with corporations and corporate entity structures all the time. The foundation company in the Cayman Islands, which is so popular for DAOs right now, actually has been created in 2017. This is very recent, and it has been created because people were complaining that they wanted the trusts, but they didn't want the trustees. So they liked the concept of a trust, of separating a certain pocket of assets of liabilities and putting them together, right, and separating them from their own, assets and liabilities. But they didn't want to go to a trustee that a professional. They had no idea who there was. It's like, or it was very cumbersome, or it was very difficult for them to work with. So they wanted a company that they could manage more directly. The regulator, being very pragmatic in the Cayman Islands, is like, okay, let's create a foundation company structure, which is a cross between a company, a real commercial company, and trust. And it works. In the European Union, there was a failed experiment of a European company that was created that was meant to encourage companies across the European Union to incorporate in a common form that would actually have rights all over the European Union. It's not very popular. People don't know about it, but it exists. In Canada, we're seeing right now the development of the public good corporations with certain other rules. So it's like corporate structures evolve and create new all the time. And then depending on the evolution of corporate structures, some of them would simply disappear and, become a statistics in history, or they would continue to be used if they're still useful, if there are still people buying into them, right? So I see DAOs as a potential alternative to corporations, maybe, but I think it's more likely that DAOs will change how corporations actually work in practice. I think that's a much more beneficial way of thinking about the future, because DAOs bring certain advantages in terms of enabling people, to empowering people, having more consensual agreements, not so much power over another and buying someone else's time, but actually collaborating together to a future. And I think a lot of people in the traditional business world and traditional corporations would like that, right? In a very similar way, people in the United States, for example, there are companies in the United States that are owned by their employees. Like their founders, actually, when they retired, they just gave all the stock away to their employees. It doesn't mean that those companies are managed in a decentralized fashion, but they are owned by their employees, right? They still have their managers and then hierarchies and whatever, but from a beneficial ownership standpoint, it's changed something for people. So there are various, I would say that the natural world is the best way to learn. Looking in the natural world, the more diverse forms we have, the better we are, the more resilient we are. And it should be the same for corporations and for organizations and way of structuring. One of the seminal works in the corporate space is actually the founder's mentality. It was a study done by people from Bain and Company, and then they studied the more successful corporations, and they discovered that those corporations are still managed by the founders. They still had that ethos of the founders, that vision of the founders, very close to how they operated. This was what made them successful. So in terms of finding those elements that would bring enough of a good change, and then putting them, linking them with a set of tooling and automation and blockchain, it would really make a great impact. From my personal perspective, I studied, so I got dragged on a few boards of directors, and I was uncomfortable, like, lawyer, okay, what do I know? So let's go, do some courses. Very gender, I guess, women's perspective on things. If I don't know everything, I'm not comfortable. But essentially, I went and I looked, and I found like a lot of good practices evolved in the set of governance, strategy, risk management. And then I thought, like, what about if we could make them work in a decentralized way, embed them in some DAO tooling, and then they will for sure get implemented. And that would be wonderful, because most public companies, most corporations right now only talk about those things. They don't necessarily have them implemented everywhere. It's very hard to implement something in the operations. But if it's embedded in the tooling, then it gets done, right? So this is my interest and my perspective on DAOs, and this is why I'm interested in DAOs, and this is why I'm sort of like spending my time here or in various DAOs. And then just for a bit of a shill, you can find them in LexDAO, R&D DAO, and Metagame, and then Jupiter Block and Discord. We still have 4 minutes, but I think I'm personally done. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the conference, enjoy the week, and keep building.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Cooper. I'm with the Blockchain Legal Institute, and we want to welcome you to the stage because we have a very special panel today. The topic is Death is a Bitch and how to beat the Grim Reaper with your digital assets. So this is something that everyone who owns any digital asset needs to be thinking about, and I'm going to have my panel members introduce themselves first, and then we'll round back to me. So, Laura?
Hi, I'm LC, Laura Cole. I'm with Industrial Business Lawyers. We are a boutique blockchain law firm. We help developers, builders, startups, anyone in the space that's touching on blockchain. We do onshoring, offshoring, tokenomics, token memorandums if you want to get listed. We basically are a full-service firm for anyone in the distributed ledger technology space, and I'm happy to be here today. Thanks for having me.
Amber, how are you doing?
I am great. Thanks for having me on the panel. I'm Amber Welch. I am the co-founder and CEO of FinSuite. We are a full fractional services consulting, offering financial services, operational services, digital marketing services, fundraising, and product strategy. So we really cover the entire ecosystem of what startups in Web3 need. I've been in fintech for about 20 plus years and came to the area with both a comp sci degree and an accounting finance degree. And then most recently, we decided to launch a product called Navi AI. The idea being that we would be able to alleviate the idea that founders don't know what they don't know. Working really closely with the BLI, obviously, in order to ensure that the access to knowledge around risk, compliance, and regulation from a financial perspective is easily accessible at all stages.
And Matt.
Hello, happy to be here.
Yep.
Here at ETHDenver, definitely a pleasure. Happy to see people in the audience, happy to be with these amazing panelists. And I'm also a builder, so we're here not only to talk about the issues, but also to build technology that addresses the issues. Jackie and I occasionally talk about what kind of applications would be needed for people in our industry that are, facing like the next chapter of life or life hereafter. And it's a subject that isn't talked about much. So we're happy to give it a voice here today.
So the Blockchain Legal Institute is a centralized library of resources. And one of the things that has been asked of us often is what happens with your digital assets. So that's why this panel is really, really important. So we are going to be, as I'm doing the various slides here, I might hand it over to my partner here. There we go. Nope, the other way.
Oh.
There we go. This is our panel overview. We are going to be looking at a variety of things in terms of understanding what digital assets are, the legal considerations. Do you have, is it outlined in your will? What about digital executors and what are they, who are they, and who should they be? Do you have a digital organizer and access and security? So, statistics. What do you guys know about digital assets, wills, who needs them? This is a multidisciplinary panel, and the reason why we're doing this is because from the finance side to the building side to the law side, there's a lot of members that need to be on your team. So from your own personal experiences with knowing your clients, what have you found that they need to know or should be aware of?
I think having a plan or a document addressing a lot of what happens if scenarios is the most important part, because when you're starting a company or when you build a project, in the beginning everything's great, and then friction happens, and when that friction happens, that's really when it's most important that you did the work early and have something in writing to address what happens when things aren't going as planned. My biggest thing right now, the clients that I work with the most right now are clients that are breaking up, and it's not pretty. And you've got to figure out who gets what tokens, who gets what early financing back, who gets the IP moving forward, who owns what assets, digital and physical sometimes. So having a document to address that early when things are going really well is so much easier than when you're calling me saying, help. Like, this is going so poorly.
Amber, I know that you're in the finance side. What have you found in terms of what your clients seem to need?
Well, I definitely back up everything that LC is saying. I think what a lot of people fail to realize is you need to be thinking about business continuity from day one. Nobody should be thinking detailed exit plan on day one, but it goes back to the old adage, you plan for the worst and you hope for the best. And it's not always a bad situation. We frequently see companies whose co-founders decide to exit and move to a new project for whatever reason, and new help, new CEOs, new C-suite are stepping into those roles, and that's where that knowledge becomes extra important.
For sure. I know, Matt, you're a builder, so what do you think the builders need to know from a digital asset will perspective?
I think one thing that's important to note about the builders is, especially through things like the Ethereum community, the builders have been enriched over the last, 5 years or more. As builders go to competitions, number one, they get investors, they get venture capital in. Traditionally, this has been in things like digital assets even. So a founder might raise money or resources or a treasury in something like Bitcoin. So number one, they're already dealing with something that's, that's a little bit different. And number two, the builders are the ones that, like I said, may have already been enriched because they've been in the program for a while, they've been in the industry for a while, and they've received bounties and investment of different kinds. Maybe they've had exits, maybe they've successfully appropriated lots of tokens because they built a really great platform. So it probably affects builders as much as anyone. There may be as many builders, there's not as many builders, but there may be proportionally builders with a lot of assets, whereas a casual investor at this time, or in a bear market, or maybe even a casual investor might have bought something that's possibly worthless today. Whereas builders have been around for a while, probably have a lot of substantial assets of value that are marked high in a market. And those builders are also maybe distracted, or they're busy building and they don't take the time to think about this. So I'll just say, yeah, builders definitely take a look at overall what assets are around and who do you want to hold those if something happens to you.
You bring up all of you bring up a really great point. So the stats that are here, 300 million people possibly own crypto, and over 4.9 billion are internet users. So all of those are digital assets, but I have a feeling that if we were to poll the audience, not that many individuals within the audience might actually have wills. And if you are in the process of either purchasing a digital asset or creating a digital asset, and your families don't know how to access those digital assets or what you're creating, then what you're doing is going to stay on chain and won't benefit those that you actually want to have benefit. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is just a sample of the digital assets that any of us could have, that we need to have considered in our will. And for me, I know I'm a writer, so I have to think about ebook. I know that we all have social media content. There are databases. But how many of us in our wills actually take into account the airdrops that we get, or the NFTs, or the domain names? I can't tell you how many I own. So what about for all of you guys? Is there anything here that you think needs to really stand out when you are creating a will or need to put some information into that digital asset organizer that we're going to talk about later?
Yeah, I mean, we have to think about digital assets as more than just crypto, because there's IP out there that covers more than just what's on chain. And so in this information digital age of the internet, where you're only spending more and more time on the internet, you really need to think about how it is you're engaging, what you're engaging in, what you actually own of that, and do an assessment, find a way to document what you can, and address it accordingly. Because if something happens to you, there might be real value in stuff that you've created or stuff that you own or engaged with. Maybe you're in a DAO and you want, the DAO has rules on how that transfers if you pass away, or maybe your DAO doesn't even address that. There might be, a lot of open questions in terms of digital assets that you need to take the time to assess what you actually have, and is it what you think you have? Because sometimes You might own an NFT and you don't own what you think you own about it. Or you might be putting content out on a certain social media and it's not actually yours because you're using a website that has terms and service that take it from you the moment you publish it. So you need to think about what it is you're doing, how you're engaging with it, and what's actually written or documented on their website, and then what you would like to have happen as well.
Yeah. Anyone else want to share out? Otherwise, we're going to go right to the next slide. We have a lot of information to share.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, Amber, I know that you are dealing with multiple jurisdictions because the clients that you serve are not just here in the United States. So what would you like to share with everyone about how to work cross borders and what to be aware of?
So this is a really important topic that's frequently overlooked, and I know I keep saying that, but it's a common theme with founders and companies to prioritize product over some of the foundational pieces of creation, and they get themselves into trouble. So first recommendation is always seek out knowledgeable people. What you're gonna find 9 times out of 10 is there are a lot of players, more and more every day, coming into the space saying they understand what all of us are doing, those of us who are building, who have experience and have been around for a long time, and they don't. And the unique aspect of these different jurisdictions is that you have to understand the underlying emerging technology to a certain extent to be able to know what kind of questions to ask of those service providers. And then the other piece that I've seen frequently, especially in the finance realm, is very few finance providers understand the idea of business continuity. They don't understand not only the cross-jurisdictional piece, but they definitely don't understand the different components that go into estate planning, because it is more than wills. There are trusts and different types of trust, especially in the digital asset component. Mm-hmm. So being able to actually know that the people you're talking to are properly vetted, and then can initially review your situation to provide you a course forward and not just say, hey, sign this contract and pay me money, is my biggest typical piece of advice that I give to anybody I speak with.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The next slide?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, first of all, show of hands, how many of you actually have wills? Awesome. But those that don't have wills, now raise your hand. It's about 50-50. So when you do have a will, you still have to look at these parts. You have to really, and this is difficult, explicitly write down every digital asset you own. You really have to do a brain drop. And you have to specify, how do you want this to be handled? Because I've had many conversations with individuals about whether the asset should be held or liquefied. And if you're not around and you don't give those details or those instructions in the will, then your executor or your family, who might not know anything about these assets, they might say, well, let's just sell it. And it might not be the best time to sell. So the other thing that we mentioned is how to access that, and we're going to be talking about that, as well as what should be done. So I know that, Matt, Amber, and Laura, there are a lot of different pieces to this. What do you think is the most important of this laundry list that we have here?
I think addressing the fact that you do have digital assets is the most important. I mean, who handles it and who's keeping track of it, or who's got the power to the keys? Your attorney who writes your will might not want to be the keeper of the keys. I know a lot of wills, trust, and estates attorneys that seek out my help. They don't want to be the custodian. They don't want that burden, that stress of trying to maintain that. So now you need a document that says what you have, and then you need a separate document or ability to get to that, because you don't want to have them necessarily in the same document, depending on who the fiduciary of your estate is.
That's very true. Matt, what do you think for this laundry list? Because I know you own a number of digital assets. Where do you think, what's important here?
I think people should evaluate, like, where on your priority list of things to do is this? Okay, so you can rank it on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm pretty busy today. Have I updated my digital asset, repository and database? No, probably haven't. But where, first of all, be thinking to yourself, how high a priority is this for you? If you have, children and heirs, it's probably fair, and a significant amount of crypto, it's probably fairly high on your priority list. And then if it is high on your priority list, then you want to start like chiseling away at how you're going to address it, right? And really, what are all those digital assets? Because previously they might have been called things like intangibles, right? A bunch of things that were unknown, or it's some value in a name or some goodwill. The value of the goodwill or entitlements, that can all, like there may be a lot of future, we all already know this, there's a lot of future benefits sometimes to participating in these networks. So your wallet may have received a certain amount of benefits, and be it from an airdrop or some other way you participated in something, and maybe there's a future benefit or entitlement. Those things would be thought through as well. But yeah, I think it's how high do you prioritize it maybe first, and then what does it really look like, Jackie? What should let's say someone's just all of a sudden the light's gone off, the $20 million worth of Bitcoin that they have is on a hard drive, and they kept the passphrase somewhere else, and they're thinking like, well, who do I need to give this to? Who's going to be the executor or the trustee? Or what if I don't have someone like that in mind right now? Where do I start? So I just want to ask you that question. And maybe that's another slide, but let's say the light's gone off here and someone wants to take action today. What would you tell them to do?
I would say secure your coins. Make sure that you have it offline and online. And if you're going to have a paper copy of it, put it in a security box, because sometimes the online gets lost and you still need to have the paper access.
But if I'm going to share this with someone, okay, I shouldn't email them these things.
No.
And who should I share it with? A parent?
Well, that's going to be part of the decisions that we're going to talk about.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, let's go on to the next slide.
Okay.
Let's be honest, we're all hoping that someone's sharing 20 million in Bitcoin with each of us.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But I've also heard stories of those computers being thrown away because parents didn't know that the wallets were on them. So there is that, why we have to share with our parents or family the importance of keeping digital tools that might have digital assets on them. So digital executor team, just like you have more than one doctor, that might be a specialist, you might have to have more than one attorney, or you might have to have a multidisciplinary team, because your attorney might not understand digital assets. They might be a legacy attorney and might be really great, but they might, or your CPA, but they might have no clue what to do if you have to access a wallet. So, with this laundry list, family, attorney, CPA, banker, website, how do you make a decision as to who should actually be part of this process, and what do you tell them? What are your thoughts about that, Laura?
I think that's a really personal question, depending on what your network looks like. But anytime, you're hiring someone to do their job, you're probably a little bit safer than, the friction that can happen with different interpersonal relationships. So just ensure that, you're comfortable with who you're working with. You have to trust who you're working with. This is your future. This is your family's legacy, basically. So whoever you work with, you want to feel comfortable with. You want to be able to trust. You want to be able to, have a price point that makes sense for you and your assets and your future. And you want to ensure that that relationship has a fiduciary element to it, so they have a duty to you to ensure that they, do right by you, and they, handle their matter with respect and in accordance with your wishes.
Amber?
I actually was going to mention the fiduciary piece myself, so I'm glad you brought that up. Also, for people who don't maybe have the funding, right? Maybe all of these components don't apply to you because you are bootstrapping or you're an individual. There's always a poor man's option. I know, like, when COVID hit and I was just starting out with my company and this seed of an idea, and I started freaking out because I was like, wow, this is really scary. Didn't think I would live through this in my lifetime. I created a video. Now, I didn't give away seed phrases and things that could come back to bite me, but I did express my ideas of what I wanted to occur with my estate. We do have trusts for our assets because we have both physical and digital in our household. And sometimes having something is better than having nothing. So kind of going back off of what you said about prioritizing, I think if you sit there and you look at your laundry list of to-dos, and maybe it doesn't include the ability or the financial means to cover all of these bases, even taking some of the small steps to say, I'm gonna record a video and at least express my wishes surrounding them is a good place to start. And then further saying, hey, I'm gonna set up 10 or 15 minutes each day where I just tackle a couple of items on that list and add to it. And eventually you'll have it complete, and then it's just a matter of like rechecking it, which is much faster.
I agree. I also know that in April or March, we might be preparing our taxes. And that's a really good time when you're looking back over the course of the last year to tackle some of the data accumulation that you need for your digital assets, because you're already looking back at what you're doing. And so this is a time when it actually might be a little bit easier for you to take the mental space to actually write down certain things, so that way the next year is a little bit easier for you or your family. Next slide.
I had a good thought here, though. I had a good thought. Okay, so it seems a little overwhelming. It seems like a lot of homework.
It is.
And then the other thought I had is that so much of this is intertwined in business, or with your startup friends, or with your business partners, and so much of the eventual outcomes, disputes, if this then that, or even something happens to them that affects you. It just made me think how, of that team, I think the company should make it a priority, right? As in, it's a company priority. Okay, so it seems overwhelming, right? The CPA, the attorney. Also, when we're talking about it, to me, this is what I wanted to break it out into two things. Okay, so who am I going to have really sorted out for me? Mostly me. Okay, I'm going to have to list the assets, right? Just like, when you go to trial or, you get in trouble, you know your story better than everyone else. Your lawyer can't even help you unless you got your story straight and the facts. This is very hard. So I just want to mention that. Like, I looked at that slide about that team, and it looks like an overwhelming meeting. It's like a long meeting, but the most important thing is maybe to prep yourself, right? So break it into some small steps here. Make a list. You probably already have a list. There's even books. There's small booklets specifically for these purposes. They give them out in conferences sometimes. And of course, that might need to be in a safe. Maybe it's done with your own sort of cipher, and you've just made little annotated notes around what wallet was what. And you are the only one that knows what it is at that time. So you don't feel like you're putting a bunch of information out there in the world in a single place that has so much effect on your life, right? So there's these little ways I guess you could deal with it yourself first. And then the other side of it I thought was, the accountant is probably a fairly important person in this story. And then where I started this point was how important probably the company or the organization that maybe made these assets or owes you more assets or has committed something, or you have entitlements in that organization. The lawyer, very important it sounds like, as I'm evaluating this team, right? So one, I have to take the first steps. Number two, the accountant should definitely be aware of a lot of things. Family should be aware of a lot of things. But a lot of the bigger ones, right, the messier ones, you would want some professional help. I guess that was what I wanted to say.
No, I think that's important. The other thing that I know, as this space evolves, the type of assets are changing too. So now we have staking. There's a lot of other things that maybe, people weren't involved in a few years ago. So it's really important as you are creating your list of assets to also think of the flow chart. Okay, so this is the asset. This is what I'm doing with it. What do I want my person who I'm going to be sharing this with to do with it or not do with it? So the reason why I have this book up here, and even though this book that I created for my daughter, and if you do go to Blockchain Legal Institute, I'll send this to you for free. But I created this, and this is probably out of date now, because I created this with just Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in mind. But I'm doing so much more now. So I need to update this, because this is simply a crypto wallet organizer. That's very easy for her to access, because I have wallets on my phone, wallets on the computer, it's double authenticator, there's this, there's that. She would have no way to know how to access any of the things that I've been growing for her. So these are things that, as we in the community, if we're creating something, these are tools that all of us need. And so that's why, as you create something, share it out. So again, this 5-minute wallet organizer, it'll be free to all of you, but I'm going to have to update it. So do you guys know of any other wallet organizers that might be out there that are also tools? Because I created this because I realized there wasn't one that I saw.
No, I mean, I think that's the only one I've seen.
Yeah. So, but again, if you guys hear of any, let us know. We'll list it on the library. Let's go to the next slide. So, access and security, really important. When your will becomes public, it becomes public. Don't put your seed words or any of your information in there. So again, from your knowledge of working in the legal area as well as in the finance area and just in the building area, who would you want to have access to this information, and how would you recommend for people to handle this very important step?
Well, if you can, I would say find a lawyer who's willing to be the custodian, but that'll, maybe cost more. So then your secondary approach would be to maybe get a safe deposit box or a safe where, your will references the safe and then the access to it is somewhere else. You kind of create like a treasure hunt, basically, because you don't want all of it in any one spot, especially because a will becomes public when you've got to announce who gets what. So you want to be very careful about navigating someone to what they need to know, where it is, and that can be kind of tricky. But that's something you can work with your lawyer on, or there's creative solutions out there too. And the legal lift doesn't have to be so scary. It's not like you've got to spend days or weeks or months figuring this out. The legal lift can be swift, it can be efficient and less costly than you think, because anything is better than nothing at this point. It's just so important to address these things as they come up now when you can, versus at a later point when maybe you can't access your seed phrase, or you forgot where it's at, or you had an accident and no one can find out where this information is. So it's better to address what you can today, how you can, and then touch base maybe annually as your financial position changes or your assets change and you need to touch back in. But it's better to do what you can when you can, and the legal lift is never as scary or as costly as you think.
I want to add to that, medical power of attorney. If it's not just, if you pass away, if you become incapacitated, if something happens to you and you need access to these resources to help fund your medical care, that's another reason why this is really important to make sure you include your family in the conversation of where this information is. Even if they don't have full access to it, they need to know so that way they can support you in case you have a need. Next slide. All right, Amber, what about service provider policies? I know I don't always read my service provider policies even though I'm an attorney. I click yes. How many of these policies do you happen to read to know what the terms and conditions are in case something happens to you and where those assets go?
The number of times I've had a conversation with staff or senior staff that are just starting out in finance for their faces to go dead white when they realize that no, they're not lawyers, but yes, they need to be able to read through the legalese and understand those terms. I would have a lot of money if I put money on all of those situations. It is important, yes. If you're not a lawyer, and I know I'm kind of surrounded by them now, save for you, that it can be overwhelming to sit there and see a 100-page document. But the piece of advice I give is at least learn to understand the basic terms of that. How long do things last? What are the definitions associated with it? And your teams that are supporting your company or you as an individual, they need to be able to read and understand those provider policies. And that is so important.
I'm going to hop in here because of a conversation that I've had this week with some others. NFTs and OpenSea, royalties. So, when you create something, you have certain expectations, and then companies change those expectations and the terms and conditions. So it's really important that as you create digital assets, that you also keep up with whatever the terms and conditions are, because that might impact what you're going to be giving to your heirs. And if you don't know where the changes are, then you also can't direct that in your will. So next slide. Matt, there is a list of various buckets here. There's the personal bucket, the financial bucket, the business bucket. What do you think, where do you think people should kind of attack first in terms of putting information down for their digital asset organizers and just in general?
I like what was said earlier, that you have to start somewhere and something is better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we definitely want to use this opportunity to not overwhelm people. Okay, so I like this. What's next, right? Next steps. A lot of this is personal for people. People are very, you care about your Buffy corn. I know Jackie likes her Buffy corn and
Very much so.
It's
Thank
personal.
you.
People care about their punk and their Bored Ape or whatever else it may be. I don't want to talk about those projects necessarily, but I think that this something is better than nothing, for sure, and the getting started is going to be important. I would say take it personally, number one, and then definitely consider your business. And going back to this third-party policies, something that a lot of people were probably affected by, is exchanges or other custodians, for lack of a better word, that have become insolvent or are going through some restructuring or have been, let's say everything's been completely appropriated into boxes that you never knew existed by this custodian, and you're getting back 10%, or your heirs are getting back 10% of what you and your financial team may have thought was appropriate or thought was the situation in writing. So Celsius is definitely one of those that's happened recently. I'm sure there's efforts to recover funds from a variety of the exchanges going all the way back to Mt. Gox. So I think there's a very valid point there about even what you think you may own, you may not, as it relates to those policies. And then I wanted to mention, with the getting started, get started. Number two, look for a good resource. Look for something structured. Look for something like what Jackie maybe has been presenting, or some of the work that we may be doing with the Standards Institute, where we're standardizing some of these things so everyone understands what it is, what it means. I think that those are going to be the next steps. I think there'll be more clarity. But going back to these buckets, I guess I just want to mention, go ahead and make it personal. And then as it relates to your company, maybe shift the burden onto the company operations people and see if they can help sort it out.
So Matt brings up a really good point. If you don't tell your family where your assets are and something does happen to you, then they also don't know what company to go to claim those assets. So that is another reason why, whether it's a centralized exchange or a decentralized exchange, your family needs to know where your assets are.
I think further to, it's important that as a builder, if you're the one in charge of code or you're building something for someone else, you need to have a contingency plan for if something happens to you, what happens to that client's code? If they can't access it anymore. I had a situation early on in my blockchain career where an NFT project was launched and the developer passed away, and that the owner of that NFT collection didn't have access to the wallet because of how the launch was connected to that wallet, and it was her whole livelihood. I mean, she went all in on this NFT project, so losing that overnight was terrifying for her, and it took months of tracking down his family members and getting to his personal computer and paying this professional company to kind of go through and unlock things for her. Whereas if they just had set a plan in their original agreement to say, here's in your agreement with your client, maybe here's a backup password to your GitHub repository, or this set of code that you might need to unlock this project should something happen. So you want to think about that in the early stages when you're just accepting a project or you're hiring someone to do something for you, you need to think about your access to that code or your access to that repository or whatever it is they're building. You need to have a back door to it because that's kind of what you're paying for too.
Yeah, very much so. Amber?
Yeah, I did have something to add. I knew you could see it in my eyes. So a couple of things, kind of building off of what both of you said. Low-hanging fruit is a key piece here. Tackle it by getting the easiest stuff out of the way first, and the things with the highest dollar value, the things that are going to have the greatest impact, tackle those first. The other piece on shared access is vitally important. I work with clients all the time in showing them the importance of shared drives, shared information, because the second their CFO goes on maternity leave and suddenly all of the financials are inaccessible because if they had no clue it was all on our personal devices, it's a story, right? And the same thing applies to digital assets and any assets for that matter. So tackle the low-hanging fruit and the high dollar values first. You're going to get the most bang for your buck there.
I know all this takes time, but if you can do it right from the start, then it'll be a little bit easier than having to backtrack. I know the pain right now of starting a CRM with all 9 years worth of contacts. It's a lot easier to start it from day one. So in terms of like your digital asset, if you buy a new digital asset, write it down. So just start with the new and then work backwards. Good. Okay, so 80-20, we often hear this. 80% of the people, myself included, don't do things. We procrastinate. 20% actually get on top. That's why I put the stat here. So how often do you think your digital asset platforms get updated, and how often do you think that you actually write down those updates, whether it's your passwords or things like that? Anyone?
I'll start with this one. So I see clients update terms and conditions on their marketplaces that they're running, on various different products that they run regularly. And most likely, a lot of us are actively participating in things. So I advise both my clients and the individuals I know, you should be reviewing that anytime there's a material change or on a quarterly basis for any maybe slightly less material changes and updating things.
Yeah. Anything?
Oh, I covered it.
Let's keep going. All right, next slide. All right, so this sort of goes back to how do we create a will? So who's in your family? Who do you want to have benefit? Maybe no one, maybe a charity. And then what are the assets that you're actually looking at? Are they online? Are they in real life? You know, and then do you have a trust? Do you is it in your safe box or is it on your phone, the assets? Because again, I have a lot of wallets on my phone that are not on my computer. And then depending upon your age, you might think that you actually don't need a will. But if you're under 17 and you're investing in digital assets or gaming or Bitcoin or anything like that, you need a will. You need, your parents need access to that information in case something was to happen. Obviously older, we all have different life passages and there's going to be different needs. And then where is this information? Is it physical or is it online? What other that's all right. What other things would you like to add for that?
No, I think that
covers it.
Yeah.
Okay. Next slide. Okay, so again, who's your executor? We talked about this a little bit, but it goes back to the 5 W's. So who would like to talk about how do we decide who should be our executor for our digital assets?
Well, I think, like I said earlier, your digital asset executor might be different than your will executor. Mm-hmm. So those might not be shared, or they could be shared, but that's something that you need to decide. And I suggest you ensure that whoever you pick has a fiduciary duty to both.
The other thing is, let's say that you ask a friend to be your digital executor. You can have a contract with them. So, and you can also do multi-sig. There are a lot of different ways that you can protect the information. Amber, what other ideas do you have for digital executors?
So I think like in this space, we all talk about education a lot, right? Like we talk about how is adoption going to occur because that looks different all over the globe. And some places we've already seen it actively occurring just because of need exists there, like in certain South American and other third world countries. And then other more developed regions, we're talking about how adoption is going to be feasible because of Web 2, right? Like, so my mom's a boomer. She is going to adopt Web 3 when it doesn't seem like Web 3. Not that she hasn't had a lot of conversations already. But in the same way, it all starts with education. So the very first thing that I usually recommend to people is understand the basics. Most people don't start to think about these things when they're younger, and they should. Not only does life just happen, like my father passed away extremely young, and in my 20s, I was helping my mom sort through not only all the medical bills of dealing with someone who had a terminal illness, but then also, what do you do with that? Because they thought they had decades still ahead of them. So just start to understand the basics. Understand, what is a will? What is a trust? There are multiple types of trusts and what goes into them, who oversees them, what's a fiduciary. Basic terminology that's easy and accessible. And when you start to understand the basic education, it will be much less scary tackling the other components.
Yeah. Matt, I know you and I have talked about creative solutions in other parts of the world. And in the UAE, actually, we just learned about a new creative solution. Do you want to share what some of the court systems are doing there?
Sure, although I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
There's a lot of progressive ideas, I guess, that come out of the UAE and some of those regions that are, they have autonomy. They have the ability to kind of do things by an initiative that maybe comes from like someone in the country that's a prince or someone with a certain amount of power and authority in that system. So as I understand it, the International Financial Center is a particular jurisdiction. It's also I guess it's a number of buildings. I think it's also I don't know, maybe it's some kind of corporation of some kind, but most specifically it has its own courts. Right, so that was pretty interesting, something we learned recently. So the International Financial Center in Dubai has different statutes than maybe the rest of the country, and maybe even businesses outside of that jurisdiction. One of the things that we learned was that there's some innovation in the court system, and specifically around these, around this issue of succession, where while wills and things like inheritance maybe aren't applicable to a lot of people in that region due to their religion or their practices, certain of them need this kind of solution. So in that jurisdiction, the court, along with some entrepreneurs, I think, created a solution where the court itself could actually touch wallets and administer activities or have oversight of this very significant, and legal transaction, and appropriating the resources after someone's passed. So that I think is a pretty interesting story that more people are obviously going to discuss. Right? There's a lot of like autonomy. Like I said, they can move fast, maybe in that region. Whereas in the United States, maybe these things get deliberated for years, and the courts never have access to a wallet or hold a key or have anything of anything of consequence, right? Whereas it seems in some of these other jurisdictions they're actually maybe hands-on, which is interesting. So it's innovative, probably solves some problems for people like us or people that are affected by these conversations, but also may create problems.
That's true. So what we also learned is that within the building of the wallets and the infrastructure, that when someone did pass, then information was triggered, and which led to the release of the digital assets to the heirs. So again, different jurisdictions and areas are looking at solutions, so that way someone who's in a fiduciary duty position actually has partial control and knowledge, but not all the information, so that way the heirs actually can benefit. All right, so we already touched on this. Approximately 60 to 70% of Americans are without a will. And in the UK, it's estimated that 50% of adults do not have a will. So for anyone who's listening or watching any of this, if you don't have a will, start, write it down. It doesn't have to be very complicated, but take the first step. All right, taxes and death. We always hear that those are the two things that can always happen. Thoughts on how do we address the tax side of death and the digital asset side of this, the will. Because again, when you have digital assets, you have to account for them. And so, that's changing a lot. What are your thoughts about that?
So one of the things that I get is kind of the devil's advocate argument a lot when I talk to people about this specific thing is, well, I don't have enough to worry about a will, or they know what to do with it, or I've made sure the right people understand the process. But what they may not consider is there are legal proceedings that you guys can speak to far better than I can, I'm sure. There are steps and things that have to happen that can be greatly expedited by accounting for it with a little bit more effort while you're alive. Nobody wants to deal with probate. It is a long, drawn-out, very costly process that will take a good portion of what you leave behind away from the people you intend it for. So again, in my mind, it always goes back to education. In the US, we overcomplicate things, as we typically do, especially around taxes. So understand the basics, surround yourself with people who understand the details that you can trust, and put contracts in place for everything to protect yourself.
So we were talking prior to coming down here as to what happens when you do pass and you have to pay certain expenses from an estate. And we were talking about the importance of us as the person who's writing the will to say, what asset do we want to have sold first? Do you want to share some of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so if you don't quite address it, someone might clean out your Bitcoin account for your heirs because there's debts that need to be covered, and maybe you had quicker, better assets that weren't as long-term durational as you anticipated Bitcoin being, that you would want sold first. But they're wanting to, make it easier on themselves, or for whatever reason, they just want to pass that hot potato on. So they're like, let's just get rid of this and then use those funds. But now that's like a way larger taxable event for them. It costs them more, and it costs them in the long term if they see Bitcoin as like a long-term asset. Whereas you can maybe sell a quicker asset or renegotiate your debts to where you pay them down over time. Or there's so many mechanisms you can do that you would want to address that to where you're not just selling off the Bitcoin and creating that taxable event and then kind of double paying on it because now you're using it to pay off debt that didn't really need to be paid off in that way. So it's definitely something you want to address in the forefront because there's a lot of value over time in that, and you don't want to just get it burned because people don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, so I would also add, when you're creating a digital asset organizer for yourself, categorize your digital assets. So you might have NFTs, you might have airdrops, you might have cryptocurrency, you might have different types of digital assets. Make that list, but also make a decision. Is this something that you want to have held onto? Is this something that you might want to have appraised and assessed to maybe be sold first? You're the one that knows these assets. If you're staking, or if you have any other wallets that you're creating, someone in your family is not going to have a clue as to the value of that. And your attorney might not have a clue as to the value. Your accountant will know if you've told your accountant because they're going to know the cost basis. But still, that doesn't mean that you're going to want to sell that asset right away. So, Matt, from your perspective, again, of being in this space, how would you categorize assets in terms of where people might be thinking about both selling, holding, or that type of thing? If they're creating a will. I know it's a...
Yeah, valuing your assets, right?
Yeah.
I think knowing the upside, right, or knowing like there's things like you said, staking, right? There may be assets that you consider to be like a better long-term hold, and you may want to articulate that. There's definitely could be, assets that, like you said, you want to liquidate first. But there also may be things that have already sort of like expired in value, right? So you're going to understand those things probably if you're the investor more than anyone, right? And articulating that probably is very important because some things may have some wallets may have longer term value. You never know. This industry is also still very new. Airdrops are still very new. Formative ideas and where we might go, I think no one really knows. As it relates to like policy and regulation, even less clarity there. But you as the investor, You probably know why you invested. You may have your own horizon. Articulating that might be important.
I want to add something too, if that's okay.
I was going to add, yes, I actually have a question for you. It's not just on the business side. Because again, when you have a business and you're investing in different digital assets, you also might have assets that are in different countries. So that adds a whole nother layer of both access to those assets, as well as decisions within the business, as how do you liquidate those assets or do you hold them, and then the insurance policies and everything else.
Don't sleep on a trust. That is something that I think a lot of people are intimidated by the idea of. They don't quite understand, or the misconception is trusts are for really rich people, right? It's for the 1%ers. And that is actually the complete opposite of accurate. Trusts are a fundamental part of passing on wealth, no matter what that quantity of wealth is. All of your physical assets should exist in a trust. My husband and I own farms in the Midwest where we were raised. We own a house and other tangible assets. Those exist in a trust. That trust dictates what happens to those assets when we're gone, and it protects them. So our children can't just sell them. We've all heard stories of like a sibling that just like gets rid of and loses their inheritance. It helps protect against that. There's also digital protective trusts for digital assets. And those kinds of trusts are really important because you can specify how you want set assets handled, whether it's a series of domains or a bunch of cryptocurrency. And so don't sleep on trusts, and also ensure that you understand the application of what should happen to those different types of assets based on where they're located.
Yeah, great point. Now, I know that individuals who might be listening might have thought that we would be really very specific in our conversation today, but we have to be broad and general because we can't give legal advice. So we're giving you the big picture. And again, everyone who's sitting up here can definitely assist with the details, but we need you to think about how do you organize everything, because that still falls on the individual's shoulders when you ask a professional to help you. Next slide. So these are just some examples. Full disclaimer, haven't vetted them, but these are just some examples of online resources for possible solutions for where you can go to have your wills or your digital assets held, or possibly a will created. But again, I haven't looked at all of that, so that is the disclaimer there. Yeah. So again, follow us on social media. We're here to help you, and we're here to answer your questions as they develop, because sometimes we don't know the questions until we have the issue. And then we realize that we need an answer, and that's when we reach out. So go to the next slide. And again, we are here to provide free resources, so definitely reach out to us. Do you have any questions? We have about 6 minutes, and we are open to questions. Oh,
well, let's
Matt.
also just get, because there is only 6 minutes left, let's get final remarks, I guess,
Yeah,
from anyone
sure.
here. Any questions? Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah. Y'all go ahead, though.
Why don't you go first since you kicked it off?
Oh, okay.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, okay, easy for me. My final remarks are definitely a big thank you to the panelists.
Very much so. Thank you for being
Big thank you to
here.
Jackie, to this production crew.
Yes.
To all of the amazing sponsors and mentors, people like Sans and Stefan, and all the founders of ETHDenver.
Very
I'd like
much
to
so.
definitely do a shout out to them. And then, to everyone that, comes out and supports building. Yeah, the sponsors, anyone that supported a bounty, big thanks. I'll introduce you to Jackie, and she'll give you a private tutoring session in exchange for being such a great sponsor of this conference. I'll yield the rest of my time here.
Okay, Amber.
So probably final thoughts from me are, don't be afraid to reach out to the people around you. One of the greatest assets about the Web3 ecosystem is that it is one of the most community-driven experiences I've ever had in the time that I've existed. And early on, I found that I rarely, if ever, had anybody say they wouldn't be willing to offer me some kind of knowledge or help or introduction. So, I mean, like, from me to anybody listening, feel free to reach out. I absolutely thrive on helping make those connections. And offer advice and assistance where I can and point you in the direction of people who know more than me where I can't.
She's definitely, her nickname is the Cupid of networking, so very much so.
I echo everything they just said. Thank you so much, ETHDenver, and all the sponsors here, and for this great panel that BLI helped put together. And I also think Web3 has just been the most rewarding space in teaching community and support. Its ethos is wildly helpful for anyone who's willing to learn. So really leverage that. And also, the legal lift just doesn't have to be scary. Talking to an attorney does not have to be scary. You should be able to build thoughtfully. And that's really what I encourage all of my clients to do. There's not a lot you can't do in this space, but you have to do it thoughtfully if you don't want to get in trouble, if you don't want to lose your assets, if you don't want to make mistakes or forget about these big things like wills. So talking to an attorney early is not as scary as you think. And I always do like a 30-minute intro call just to touch base with you to see if I can even help you without a charge. And I don't know a lot of attorneys that do charge for that initial phone call. So please reach out to an attorney if you're building something. If you win a bounty here and you want to build and make an MVP from that project with the funding you won, create a founder's agreement. Just reach out to an attorney and work with them and get started in a thoughtful way, because it'll just help you so much down the line.
Very much so. And I know I've been in the space for only 9 years. A lot of you have been in the space a lot longer. And every year I'm learning something new, and every year I'm adding another digital asset to my collection, because I'm a Bitcoin miner, I'm a node owner. These are all things that I'm learning about, and I know that I need for my daughter to be able to have her understand, because again, these are things that I'm having a lot of fun with, but eventually it's going to benefit her. So, if you have someone in your family that you want to have benefit, we have a responsibility now to take that initiative. We are in a decentralized space. We need to tell more individuals within our space, just take a few moments, write down what your digital assets are, give the directions that you need. It's not that difficult. Even if it's not complete in terms of your thoughts, you're at least putting something on paper, so that way you take ownership of what it is that you're creating. Because if you don't take ownership of what you created and say what you want, then the state will decide for you. And I know that all of us in this space would like to make our own decisions. So let's do it, Anyway, we appreciate everyone who's here. I did see that there was a question or two in the audience.
Yeah, questions.
Yeah, questions?
Any? Oh, excellent. We got a mic in the stands.
With 2FA and the identity and fingerprint what a mess. Are we have to cut off people's fingers when they pass or something?
I'm glad you asked the question, and I'm going to tell this story. I have a dear friend, who wanted to give $10,000 of Bitcoin to his granddaughter. And so I said, great. I asked, where's your wallet? And he told me. Wasn't one that I knew, but it was fine. But it was one that he accessed on his phone. So I said, okay, how are you accessing your phone? He said, with my face. I said, get it off. I said, how is your granddaughter going to access your phone when you're not around with, with your face? So he changed it to numbers, so that way she then had the code, or the parent had the code. And that way, you're right, with the double authentication, with the facial ID, with everything else like that, we think of it as security, but it's actually a barrier. And I think one of you actually was telling me another story of a challenge with the fingerprint and the facial ID as well. So again, that's my unsolicited legal advice. Don't use it on your phones. I don't know if anyone else has
There's
comment.
pretty cool tools available. Like one of the ones you had listed, Webacy, they actually have something called like a panic button that you can set up as an escape plan. So what happens to your stuff if you need an emergency exit from whatever that may be? So there are ways to go about doing that. You just have to again, goes back to what you said, you got to be thoughtful.
Yeah. And you also have to think about who do you want to have access to this information.
There's 20 seconds left. everybody just take a deep breath for yourself, you know? Enjoy your time here. You made it here. Maybe you traveled from a long way. You have your own goals. Thank you for listening to our talk.
Go build great things.
Build great things and share it with everyone that you know, because we're all here today and we appreciate each one of you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Vikram Arun. Vikram Arun, your presentation starts in 6 minutes on the Trident stage. If you're in the building, please come check in. Thank you.
Good. Can you hear me? Hey, everybody. My name is Vikram, and I'm one of the co-founders at Superform and a contributor at the 4626 Alliance. And today we'll be talking to you guys about the new token standard, ERC-4626, and potential use cases and some of the other stuff that we've been doing around it. So as far as what we're going to be covering in this workshop, we're going to talk about why ERC-4626 came up and what its role is in DeFi. We'll go into a technical deep dive into the standard, covering the different functions and specifications behind it. And then we'll move into development tips and considerations, followed by some Q&A. And then there's actually, we can show you guys an end-to-end deployment example of actually deploying a vault and doing things with it on-chain. And if there are any questions through this, it's meant to be a workshop, so feel free to just jump in if you have questions. The Q&A there is just to have a designated time for it, but anytime you guys want to jump in. Cool. So if we think about what DeFi was trying to do, what DeFi is trying to do, it's turning capital on-chain into something more through smart contracts. And the idea that capital can be made efficient by anybody, anywhere, is a really powerful statement. And previously, blockchains could only be used for storing money. We've standardized things like ERC-20 token transfers and using blockchains to store and move value. But the actual process of making money has not been something that's been standardized. And that's really what ERC-4626 attempts to do, is standardize that arbitrary money-making logic that makes those Legos work to turn money into more money. So a little bit of history with why ERC-4626 came up in the context of DeFi. If we think back, DeFi summer days, DeFi TVL sitting, just under a couple $1 billion, had this massive spike over the next year and a half. And in the beginning of 2022, we were sitting in a time where there were different yield implementations on 20 different chains. Liquidity was extremely fragmented, and there wasn't really any way that people saw forward for kind of tying all this stuff together. So together, some of the founders of Yearn and Fei and some of the other leading DeFi protocols at the time proposed EIP-4626. And in March of 2022, ERC-4626 was finalized and caused that massive dump in DeFi TVL. And over the next 2 years, we've been building 4626 vaults. There have been over 2,000 plus vaults deployed and over $2.5 billion in native TVL in those vaults, with much more addressable through wrapper contracts. And firmly believe that what we're seeing now is really the advance of a standardized DeFi, and that'll take applications to much higher heights than they did last cycle. That's really exciting. So going back to what I said earlier on 4626 standardizing DeFi's core behavior, this is really the power of what the standard provides. And it's that it turns this arbitrary money-making logic, which could be anything. It could be a yield aggregator, a lender, a lending strategy, any automated LP strategy, liquid staking. It turns that into a vault contract that standardizes how money goes into the vault and how money leaves the vault. So the process of money in is something that ERC-4626 standardizes in deposit and mint. And to get money out of the vault, that's standardized through redeem and withdraw. And those four functions really make up the core of how we can think of any capital moving into these strategies on chain. And that itself can be anything, but generally deposit assets to get shares, redeem shares, get assets. That's applicable toward any yield strategy that we see in DeFi now. Yeah, so just going back again to like why that standardization is important. If we look at what the biggest issues right now in DeFi are, I think that if we were to poll you guys, you'd probably say something very similar to this. It's that DeFi is pretty insecure for how much TVL it has. There's a lot of hacks. It's very hard to tell if something's secure or not, even after it has multiple audits, all kinds of testing. It's just the ability for us to judge and create tooling around custom yield products is not scalable. And we want to make it easier for new protocols to launch securely. And that's really where 4626 comes in, is it provides a base layer for those protocols to adapt to build from, so they can build more secure, more composable, and just better applications. On the composability side, you guys have all seen this. It's where custom adapters are being built everywhere in DeFi, and that becomes kind of a closed source thing. But 4626 allows all that work to be done in the open, and that's really powerful. And then on the speed side, applications have gotten so complicated that the ability for applications to be built on top and like manually integrate each one of these protocols also gets really tough, and that's also lengthened development times for these new applications. So 4626 is really that building block, so that developers can focus on what makes DeFi DeFi, and that's making money. And if your strategy can make money, that's fantastic, and it'll be more secure on top of a standard like ERC-4626. And hopefully that focus can give more time toward actually building what matters. And the last thing there is standards have historically in crypto always been how we really get to the next level of mass adoption, whether it's ERC-20s or ERC-721. That's how each of those kind of caught wind in its own right. And I think that 4626 can enable safer and more permissionless applications to be built on top. So again, it's just about building on top and building forward rather than sideways, and that's why standardization here is a big deal. Cool. So just jumping into a little bit more about how 4626 works. Had mentioned this diagram here of money goes in through deposit and mint, and then money comes out through redeem and withdraw. We'll be breaking this up into 3 sections: getting money in, getting money out, and then other important functions that are useful for other vault functions. So getting money into vaults. This is a process essentially of exchanging underlying assets for the vaults for vault shares. So you can kind of think of this asset. To get money into vaults, you start with assets, and each individual vault will have one particular asset. So a vault could have, for example, USDC as the underlying. A vault, when it implements deposit, would be, we call that, it's more of like a market order. So a user will deposit those USDC assets to get shares. And on the other side, you have, I'm not sure if you guys can see my cursor if I move around. Can you? Okay, cool. I'll start using this. And then on the other side, you have limit orders, which is like mint. And that is effectively saying that, hey, I have these assets, and I'm looking to get a determined amount of shares. So that's why this can be thought of as a market order, because it's just get me however many shares, versus mint is I only want 100 shares. I'm willing to pay whatever assets it is to get that. So the condition here for a deposit to be successful would be 2 things. One is that the assets being deposited is less than what the vault defines as the max deposit. So the max deposit can be set on a per user level, and that could increment differently depending on who's depositing. But the assets being deposited always have to be less than that max deposit number, or the deposit would revert. Similarly, the preview functions, so preview deposit, for example, is used as the lower bound for what can be accepted out of a vault. So the amount of shares out of a vault must always be greater than what was determined through preview deposit. So you can kind of think of these two as gating functions. The deposit would not go through if it was greater than max deposit, and it would revert if not enough shares were given back. And once that's successful, we emit a deposit. So we successfully received shares for 4 assets, and that's the end of the deposit flow. On the mint side, again, mint is a limit order, so it's saying I want 100 shares of the vault token. I'm willing to pay whatever USDC, whatever the asset is for it. So the 2 conditions here that would apply would be making sure that the amount of shares that I'm requesting is not greater than the amount that I'm allowed to be minted. If it was, that would revert. And the second thing would be that the number of assets that will be taken from the user, whoever is depositing into that vault, should not be greater than what the preview mint number was. And the reason why that's needed is because it'd be weird if, let's say I requested 100 shares and preview mint told me, oh, I'm only going to take 50 USDC from your wallet, but then I actually put it on chain and took 55. That's an issue. So that always has to stay true, is that the number of assets taken from the user has to be less than preview mint. The function signatures are here. Pretty much the high level of it is that deposit and mint deposit assets, redeem and get shares. And but the difference is that deposit will take in assets as parameter versus mint that takes in shares as a parameter. One is a set defined amount of shares that you're receiving. Some advanced, just some notes here, which we'll come back to in wrapping up the technical flow, is the asset must be one predefined ERC-20 token. So this can't change or anything. It can't be multiple assets. And if a vault is capped or paused, if there's anything that would cause a deposit or mint to revert, that should be reflected in these 2 conditions here. It shouldn't be like a silent kind of revert. It's either reflected in max deposit or the preview functions. Could be reflected in either, though. And the last thing is deposit should return exactly shares back to the receiver. So that applies to both deposit and mint, actually, but just making sure that return types are the exact same, and using those appropriately, and not rounding down or anything, rounding up. And yeah, that's pretty much it for getting money into vaults. On the flip side of this, getting money out of vaults, this is the redeem and withdraw flow. So similar to how deposit was a market order to get assets into shares, redeem is the market order to get shares into assets. And withdraw is the limit order to receive a defined amount of assets from shares. So both of these functions serve to get rid of a user's shares and get assets. And the conditions are very similar here. The max functions serve as a gating function to not allow the user to burn more than what he's allowed to. And then the preview functions will indicate on chain that the user cannot have more than a certain amount taken out of his wallet. before returning him the shares before returning him the shares that he wanted. Oops. Just a couple notes here is that it can only return the ERC-20 asset. Why does it keep going? ERC-20 asset back. So similar to how the deposit flow can only accept one ERC-20 asset, is redeeming from a vault should also return just one asset. And then there have also been some interesting vaults that people have been deploying where there's time-locked behavior on getting money out of vaults. And if a user is going to be time-locked, just remember to like reflect that in how the max functions are working, because otherwise it's kind of hard to tell off-chain, other than just by simulating and seeing that it reverts. And those are really helpful functions to be able to tell if those withdrawals will work or not. Cool. Just curious, does anybody have any questions on like the overall 4626 flow so far? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just on the withdrawal side. So nowadays, more and more transactions are non-atomic. So if you want to sell an asset on a DEX, maybe there's some delay, and this is to prevent from MEV value extraction. So how does 4626? It obviously handles atomic withdrawals, but let's say you need to do some swaps and it doesn't settle immediately. How do people kind of handle that with 4626?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are no execution guarantees directly built into 4626. And that's been something of contention. You'll actually notice that in the spec, there's no like slippage parameters, right? So some people have built their own like custom implementations on top of 4626 that'll include that slippage price. But our recommendation actually is to only interact with 4626 vaults through a router contract, which would actually implement that execution logic for you, where you could actually say, hey, don't withdraw from this vault if it's going to result me in like 2 USDC when I should have gotten 10. And that's it's not being solved uniformly on a vault level, which is why I think there's like a security abstraction level on top of that. But yeah, that's a great question, and there has been some good work by the Urine team, for example, in like actually protecting those swaps that can be made on a vault level. But generally, like the idea of slippage should be solved through another contract. So. Cool. So moving on to some of the other useful functions in 4626. Mostly these were built for general vault statistics and typical sort of information that you'd be seeing on a vault through a normal front end. These can be split up into things that ERC-4626 inherited from ERC-20 and new methods that 4626 actually implemented. So from ERC-20, it inherited total supply and balance of, and it introduces total assets, convert to shares, and convert to assets. High level, there are, if you're just thinking about a vault, there are two metrics that you're always going to want to calculate, and that's TVL and APY. 4626 makes it very easy to calculate those things, but notice how they don't actually define something in the standard about how you should calculate it, because it could be dependent on the vault. But there are some recommendations here for how people can calculate TVL and APY on top of it. TVL can be calculated through total assets, which is a 4626 method, which will get the total amount of assets managed by the vault times the asset price. We've also noticed that some vaults will represent total assets differently, and in some cases it would actually be better to use the total assets number as the asset balance of the vault. So like looking at the actual ERC-20 token contract and then seeing how much was actually in the vault, and then using that as a basis multiplied by asset price. And then APY, lots of ways you can do this. The two most popular that we've seen are just looking at the change in total assets divided by total supply. So you can kind of think of this as total assets is just the amount of stuff that's in the vault, and then total supply is the ERC-20 inherited method for the amount of vault shares. And the difference in that is the difference in the price per share, pretty much. And there are some instances where that won't be totally accurate. It could be fees, it could be some other things, which is why we would recommend like calculating APY in a couple different ways and maybe just comparing and seeing how those might differ. But another way to calculate APY would be looking at the change in convert to assets, which is explicitly meant to be a pricing function, and can be used as an Oracle price and everything else. So yeah, that's pretty much it for that. Recap of the ERC-4626 flow. So 4626 has, outside of deposit, mint, redeem, and withdraw, has three main classes of functions. One is the preview functions, which are real-time simulations of what an action would do, and that is used as a lower bound for what the actual deposit, mint, withdraw, redeem would do. The max functions are constraints on individual user actions. You'll note that preview functions must be global. So if I wanted to preview, like what depositing 100 of this token would be, that deposit of 100 must apply to all users that would be depositing 100. But the max deposit function would be potentially different by user depending on if they had recently deposited or if they were KYC'd or whatever else, and that max deposit could be used differently. And then the convert functions, in contrast to the preview functions, can be used externally for average pricing. So stuff like oracles, front ends, whatever you see fit. The preview functions are very risky to use as oracles because they will change a lot, and they could be changing block by block. And there are actually a couple exploits that have happened already by protocols implementing the convert to assets function the same way they would preview, and that's pretty dangerous. Something to keep in mind. And we had the question earlier on how to on a vault level how to handle execution guarantees. And you'll note that there's no slippage parameters in the core functions. And that's something that there have been implementations that will add that, but we recommend keeping the 4626 spec as clean and conformant as possible and letting that fall on the integrator to actually implement. And then we've also noticed some protocols will obviously favor to use deposit and redeem. It's just more conceptual. It just makes more sense to think about it in terms of market orders. And mint and withdraw was something that, even in writing the spec, to my understanding, was something that was a little bit under contention. But just remember to implement them. You never know who's going to find use for it down the road. And yeah, the spec has it in there, so never hurts to follow it. Yep. Just a bit more on the security practices. Already mentioned the stuff about the convert functions, but if you guys are curious to look at it, there's was an interesting exploit on Cream. I think it was maybe end of like 2022, where one of their ETH markets was exploited due to something very similar to this. One of the other common attacks that we've seen and has been talked about is the ERC-4626 inflation attack. So this pretty much happens because the first depositor into a vault has massive imbalance in the actual amount of shares. so that person can be sandwiched and effectively lose his deposit. To combat this, there have been multiple solutions that have been proposed, but the one that we recommend is simply, from a vault creator side, just initialize the vault with dead shares, and that's the easiest. Like it just guarantees that even if integrators don't check that for you, that somebody depositing straight into your vault would still be totally fine. And then the last point here is with no execution guarantees in 4626, it is risky to deposit and redeem directly from those contracts. You just never know how that logic will be handled within it, and there's no guaranteed revert cases for it if you're not going to receive the amount of assets or shares that you wanted back. So would recommend that you interact with these things through routers that do that rather than just calling deposit on the 4626 directly. That would help. Cool. Just some tips in developing vaults. The old-fashioned way is you can write your own from scratch, give it a shot. Or there are a bunch of new ways to permissionlessly deploy 4626 strategies. And there are a lot of tokenized strategy bros out there that are more than willing to provide tooling and resources to make your vault and strategy totally conformant and safe. Some of the ones up here that have listed are Gurn v3, Morpho Blue, Vaultcraft, and Euler VC. Actually, I heard that Euler was just here and leaked a bit of alpha on EVC. So we'll have to go back and see what they talked about there. But pretty much these four things are ways that you can permissionlessly deploy new vault strategies right now. And toolkits make it pretty simple for anyone to launch their own strategy and get it to market if you'd so like. Urn v3 is just focused on the actual the strategies themselves. Morpho Blue on new lending markets. Vaultcraft can be used with any 4626 on a bunch of different chains. Would definitely check them out, and they've been building lots of cool stuff across the board. So if you decide to do it though, there are some tools to help you develop vaults safely from scratch. Linked a couple resources. OpenZeppelin's 4626 implementation is probably the most up-to-date. It covers a bunch of stuff on the inflation attack, just generally just new commentary around how to handle some of the edge cases around things that we've been seeing in vaults, and they've been doing a great job keeping that up to date. And then some other tools that we've found super helpful are ERCX's online tester. So that's made by the guys over at Runtime Verification, and you can run any deployed vault through it, and also run your smart contract code just by copy pasting it in to their IDE and just run conformance checks against it. And Trail of Bits and A16Z also have great fuzzing tools available for people, and we'll check that out. And there are also resources to help you guys do this, and we'll just reach out to the 4626 Alliance, and there's a group of people who would love to answer your questions and get you going. All right. So one of the things that we've been hearing lots and lots of feedback of on 4626 over the past 2 years, and wanted to cover some of the limitations of the standard and where we think these yield standards are going, and why it's really important. So first off, 4626 assumes that there are synchronous deposit and withdrawal methods, and that's totally fine. Works great for 99% of DeFi. But for any case, and including some DeFi cases, we cannot actually process those synchronously. And this is particularly an issue for most real-world assets. But just imagine, you're trying to get into like a tranche product from BlackRock, and it's like their cap is totally full. We need that deposit to be capped, and there needs to be like some step in between me allocating assets and then that getting fulfilled. And similarly for withdrawals, sometimes these are locked up in 3-year investments, and these things aren't immediately redeemable. How do we actually properly create this structure to fulfill all of these asynchronous requests? And that's why we've wrote EIP 7540, which is an extension for 4626, which supports exactly that. Pretty much TLDR of it is that it introduces a request to both the deposit and the withdrawal step, and that can then be fulfilled by the vault operator. And hopefully, that kind of stuff will help bring more yield on chain that historically has never really been able to be DeFi, because DeFi is just way too open and composable for them. And then the other thing is on what asset is. So asset is obviously the underlying token that the vault accepts, and that's what it deals in. Lots of interesting things around how to support multi-token pools, double-sided LP, for example. And generally, gotten a lot of feedback that ERC-4626 strictly enforcing only a singular asset has led to some weird, funky implementations that we don't want happening. So there's this EIP out there, 7575, which extends this for multiple assets. In the meantime, though, until these are finalized, if you have multiple underlyings, it is totally reasonable for you to still create a 4626 for token A and token B separately, and then just have that be managed like through a swap, and then get the LP token, for example, and then deposit. And then last one is the asset must also be an ERC-20 token. There, obviously, we have a bunch of different staked ETH vaults. Some of them are native ETH vaults. Some of them are staked ETH vaults, whatever it might be. But definitely want to provide vault support for native ETH and other EVM assets. So 7535 extends that for native ETH. By the way, all of these are still in review, and we'd love to hear if you guys have been building vaults that encountered issues doing directly on 4626. You're just curious about how one of these works. Forums there, here to answer any questions, and goal is just make those as comprehensive for those new use cases as possible. So feedback is always great when it's in the review stage. And then the last thing here, which I just kind of included last minute, was a lot of protocols will want to offer their own protocol token rewards, and just tokens that aren't necessarily the underlying asset, which is great. That's DeFi. But the way that 4626 works right now is that to return those non-asset tokens back to the user, it would either have to be compounded into the asset, so you'd have to sell your protocol's tokens into the asset, not good, or you could distribute and airdrop it separately to users, which is mostly what protocols have been doing. And that's great, but when it happens, unstandardized, obviously there's room for improvement, and that'd be another cool area to standardize. And if anyone's interested or has been dealing with reward tokens like that, would love to hear it. Cool. So we talked about how to build a 4626, whether from scratch or through one of the token factories. We talked about on this last slide, if 4626 doesn't work for you, what you could explore. But let's say that you already have a 4626. What can you do with it? And besides this being generally more composable than your own siloed implementation of your vault, there are already a handful of use cases that they can use right now. So one of them is you can go list on Superform, shameless plug. So Superform is a permissionless front end for 4626 vaults. And once it's on Superform, anybody can deposit any asset from any chain into that vault. So you can kind of think of it as a distribution platform for your vaults. And once you have a smart contract address, all you need to do is put it on there, and you don't have to build a front end or anything else for it. People can find and deposit and do everything with your vault just from that. And yeah, if you really don't want to build any sort of front end, you can also create a protocol page and manage your vault directly from there as well. Other cool things, this is not comprehensive, by the way, but just to keep it more brief, is you can create a prize pool on Pool Together. So Pool Together is just a really cool platform that allows anybody to deposit 4626s, and that they split the principal and the actual yield reward, and they'll return all of the yield accrued to a handful of people that won the prize, and so you have a potential to win really big without losing any of your principal. And we'll also note that these prize pools are also 4626. So if you had your 4626 vault, made a prize pool on Pool Together, and then you could put that prize pool on Superform, and then everybody could access it from any chain, and that's how some of those vaults have been created right now. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty much it I had before the actual workshop demo stuff, but wanted to open it up for any Q&A before we got to that, and see if there are any things on what I just said that could use any clarifications. Cool. I guess we'll just jump straight to the workshop, the actual deploying, testing, and using a vault. You guys are welcome to follow along. I'll just kind of be up here doing stuff on my computer, and you guys can watch. But we're just going to be deploying a 4626 through a vault factory, and then we're going to load it up in one of those tools to test and see if it worked. And then we'll try listing it on Superform to get cross-chain distribution. Okay. Let's see. It's kind of all right. All right, so we're going to be following a guide from Yearn on deploying and managing one of their V3 vaults. Huh. So, okay. All right. So the beauty of how a lot of these DeFi protocols have set up their 4626 factories is that they've deployed these on chains that they're on. and you can simply go to their factory and assuming you're not going to be adding any additional strategy logic or anything on top of it, you could go directly to their factory and just create a vault yourself. So we'll just be for the sake of this demo, just going directly to Yearn's vault factory. So this is Yearn's vault factory on Polygon. See, they've created a couple through this already. Go to content. We will make this a USDC. Actually, let's make it a DAI vault. DAI vault. Let's go. Whatever. So these are just arbitrary parameters that Yearn set up in their vault factory, but you can just look at their docs for more on this. But pretty much, if you want to add stuff to these vaults over time, you're going to have to do them through some of these addresses that you set up here. They manage the strategy. So we'll go ahead and make that vault. And whatever this index is. There we go. And we got our vault. So you can see, these are just some logs. New vault was created with the underlying asset of DAI. And this is our vault address right here. And you can see this was just created. You can look at the contract. Should be auto-verified. Yep, that is. Nice. And yeah. So we could now take this contract. So this is a functioning 4626. Actually, well, okay. We're gonna find out if this actually works as expected. I think because it's a Viper vault, it might take a little time for this to run. But let's see. Wait, do they? There we go. Okay. So you can run ERC-4626 contracts through this tool, and it'll tell you just generally if it's conformant or not, anything you should be aware of when interacting with it. You can also use this tool for ERC-20s. Oops. For ERC-20s and 721s too, could be helpful if you guys are swapping on Uniswap or something else. You just want to see something safe or not. Wait for that. While we're waiting for that, we might as well can go to the next step, assuming that that vault is safe, which it is because it was created through the factory contract. What you could also do with your 4626 is go over to Superform, and these are all 4626 vaults that have been added, and users can deposit from any asset and any chain into those vaults. Anybody can also permissionlessly add vaults to Superform, allowing for that instant cross-chain distribution. And here's an example. So you just go here. It's a Viper vault, so we actually wouldn't be able to run vault checks, but you can just go ahead and add it like you would any other vault. Go here. And then once it's there, shows up with that was a urine vault. So we'd actually need urine to approve and have that show up in their protocol page. But if they were to, and if anyone from urine is here and wanted to do that, they can right now. But I assume they're not. So you can just see these vaults that the protocol is already verified, and to just give you guys an example, like this is a conformant 4626, and you can just deposit from any asset into this, and do the bridging and everything for you. So yeah, that's pretty much it. When I actually do that, let's see if this 4626 checker is done. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, it ran the ERC-20 test. Damn. Well, you can't run them for everything, I guess. But if you guys try it out for more vaults, it should give you useful results. I'll give you an example of a token that did work. So this is a exactly one of Exactly's new vaults, and you can see where is this? What's going on? This is an example of another 4626. This is actually the Puff ETH vault, it's a staked ETH vault, and tool will tell you, ABI specifications, anything else you should be aware of in integrating it, but especially from a developer standpoint, before you actually would deploy the contract, it'll tell you if there's anything that you're missing run fuzz tests through Echidna, Foundry, all that good stuff. And yeah, just generally very helpful tool. And that's pretty much it. There are a lot of different ways for you guys to deploy 4626 vaults. Just some of them are Morpho, Urine, Vaultcraft, and yeah, if, for the brave-hearted, could build yours from scratch, but would definitely say that if you want to spend time actually building strategies, don't do it from scratch. Just use one of the out-of-the-box solutions out there right now, and you'll be good to go. Cool. That's it. Thanks for listening, guys. And any questions, happy to answer them, and I'll be around after too if want to answer. So, thanks.